Moving train. Hello, 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 and welcome to another one line of code. I am One Lion, and you are all amazing. This is a train in Istanbul, Turkey, in December of 2024. We are getting off this train. There we go. Hello, Dukasoft. Hello, DC Aggie. What's good, y'all? Or something. Is that something people say? Do people talk like this? How's your day going? Hopefully it's well. Hopefully you're having a great week so far. Today is Wednesday, first day of my streaming week. Let me finish writing some notes. And refresh. Okay, so what you see on the screen is RTRAC. We're WTF now, just because it's funnier. That's the only reason why. How in the world did that fill up so fast? What in the truck? What happened? Moment, please. Wednesday, only 5 days until the deadline. You must be excited. DC Aggie says, yay. So DC Aggie, we came up with an approach to doing a sub application that is a Blazor application in a, what's it called? In a desktop app. Or in a IIS served site. I'll give you my brain here shortly. There's just some stuff that I'm still processing that happened this morning and then yesterday, and it's been an interesting time, I will say. I don't know why I am inviting so many catalysts this week or this past couple of weeks, I guess. But I would, I'm interested to know why I would set these things up for myself. This week especially. I'm good without it. Almost there though. Almost there. And Dukesoft is in half panic mode. Minor bugs, and the boss is fine with it, but I want to be perfect. Am I crazy? You're not crazy. Striving for perfection is cool, but also keeping in mind that there is rarely going to be a case where you'll be able to achieve it in the way that your brain thinks perfect is. And as DC Aggie says, I guess it doesn't necessarily mean you're not crazy. But regarding the thing about the bugs and wanting them to be perfect, not necessarily related. I just don't think that that is an indicator that you are crazy. Dang. Everything is awesome is what I was about to say. My poor heart. This says IIS package. That is what I want. So let's go ahead and publish that. See how that turns out. This is updated. Give me this. I have 2 more things to update and then you'll have my attention. Just don't want to miss this. I'm gonna also need a few reminders to breathe, because that is quite difficult today. We will be doing a lot of work on RTRAC today. What even was that last bit? No. Goodness. Okay, that's fine. We're just gonna leave that at that. And Alt-Tab works just fine. So let us now get this thing updated that I said needed to be updated. D drive. I gotta get used to having a dev drive now. It's weird. I mean, it's like I'm used to having my repos on what I would have labeled as D drive anyway, but it's usually in a subfolder, whereas my actual D drive, now labeled as dev drive, has all of my projects directly in it. Well, all of my folders that would be inside of the repos folder. It's very something. I'll let you fill in your own words. Playground S3 prototype. So I've been playing around with trying to fully understand how to use Amazon S3 and building up a library that I can use in DDMS to be able to interact with objects, maintain folders, do versioning, because I have versioning turned on the S3 bucket that I'm using, well, at least on the dev one that I'm using. And I want to be able to list, maybe I can show what it currently looks like. No, not you. Not you, you. No, not you, you. Oh, right. And then I actually need to do a push. Which one did I copy in which direction? Playground. I am definitely trying to do too much all at once. Where did you publish to? Please tell me. You file published to ZBot app laser web app. And deploy import ZBot app laser web app. Next, what app? No. Finish. Start. Okay, what do we say? Ng Yahoo local app. Almost there. And set. Delete. Commit. Connect. Is it warm in here? It's kind of warm. Okay, and this thingy, click you, refresh, welcome. Nope, we're still on a train. We don't want to be on a train. Okay. Okay, so as I mentioned, we got the bot working in such a way that it is a sub application to our main domain application on IIS. So I set up a computer over the 2 weekends ago, I think it was, for Angie, the computer that I used to use as my streaming machine, to be an IIS server because it was just easiest for me to be able to host my applications like that on my local network. So I'm deploying the bot to them, but because it is a sub application and this is a Blazor web app, the changes that we needed to make in order to get it to fully work with the correct base URL is, well, let me open my app settings off screen, because last time I thought my app settings was scrubbed and it wasn't. That's Thyrovius, which is our local stuff. So this is good, good, good. We're all good. Okay. So what I ended up doing is setting up a configuration property. Yeah, ban the IRS haters. Ban the IIS haters. Encourage the IRS haters. So we set up this configuration property called base path, and that will be set in the deployed app settings.yourenvironment.json. That is picked up in program.cs to set the base path. Hello, TBD gamer. And I'm manually, since this is the server side and it doesn't act, the HTTP client doesn't quite act like it does on the client side, I'm configuring the app base URL using this approach here, where I am kind of hard coding the name of the server that it's living on. But you could also have this just be the entire URL, base address URL in configuration if you wanted. Oh yeah. Let me make this screen bigger too. Okay, so this here, we might just completely swap out. Instead of if debug use this one, else use this one, we'll just put the entire base address in the app settings. So app settings, again, just has this entry right here, this key of base path. This could just be base address. Since I'm hard coding the base address anyway. So then again, app settings.nameoфenvironment.json on your server that you're deploying this to, where the application is going to live, just update app base URL. In the case of Angie, his base URL looks like bot_app/. So this leading and trailing slash are important for this address. The other thing that we're doing with this is when we're setting up our client, we're using it. When I'm setting up my TwitchBot client, it has a Signal R host as well as client in it. So that one was weird, because when you do new URI using base path, which included the app base URL in it, so at the end, my base path would be ngdelhi.local/botapp. It still cut off everything after the slash when I did new URI using base address. So I also had to concatenate it with base path / TwitchBot hub, which is the name of my Signal R hub. And I kept getting errors. I'm like, why isn't Signal R working? And it's because when I inspected the actual Signal R base URI, it cut off my app base URL, which was really annoying. It was working obviously in debug because my base path didn't have that extra slash. Yeah, it should be able to. So that was one of the things that I said. Instead of using just app base URL in app settings, we could put the entire thing, since I am actually hard coding the URL anyway. What I wanted to do is when program.cs, and hello TBD, if I didn't say hello, I'm sorry. One of the things that happens when you are in server is that you don't necessarily have a HTTP context, I don't think. Or I honestly don't know why we couldn't just configure this the same way that we configure it on client, where we can just say builder.environment or something like that. Whatever the normal approach is when you're setting up a HTTP client, or I guess previously, because now that's part of the framework. But when you used to set up the HTTP client, you had access to builder.host environment.base address. And for whatever reason, I don't think you do on server. So builder.host.base address is not a thing. Builder.webhost.base address is not a thing. And so you are essentially setting up all of your own routing and stuff when you're on server, like if you need a HTTP client specifically. And in this case, we do need a HTTP client for bot app related things. Okay, so that was the very first thing to do, was configure a base URL that is the application, the sub application's path from your main application. The second thing we did was, in the production environment, we use the app use path base, and we use the exact same configuration setting. So that base path as well. And then finally, the last thing that we did is in app components app. So this would just be app.razor, not app start. It's just that I had an existing app.razor because I moved things around when this was a .NET 6 application. But in app.razor, we got the base URL from configuration. And again, you don't have to get this from configuration. You could just hard code this into the application if you wanted to. It was just that based on the environment that I'm in, determine whether or not this had a base path. So we grab it from the configuration, and then we use that in the base href. Hello, Chris Funk. If you missed any of that and you are interested in what we were just now talking about, which is deploying a Blazor application as a sub application, you're definitely welcome to just backtrack in the video. This will be posted to YouTube, provided I don't reveal any more secrets on accident. But yeah, this was all just sidebar, something that DC Aggie was interested in when we were first working on it, so I just went through it really quick. But this really was the last thing to do, is to make sure that this base href equals whatever your base URL was. We tried it a couple of different ways. I don't fully remember all of the results of what happened when we tried it every way. We tried it to where this base href tag was not there. And I think in the docs, we saw that we always need the base href tag. But what they did in the docs was they used the head outlet for it. Unfortunately, if you use the head outlet in one page or one component, you can't use the head outlet again because it'll just overwrite the contents of what is in there, which is really annoying. So we found out that we definitely definitely need the base element in head, and I played around with different approaches to this app use path base, not using it, using it, and this is the one that I can't remember what the results were, but it didn't hurt to have it. So I kept it, and that is working. So right now the bot really is running on Angie. I am connected to it locally. My problems may be related to /s or the Signal R hub. Okay, so again, with the Signal R hub, the thing that I found is when you're setting up the new URI, as long as your Signal R hub is running on the same sub application, this trims it down to just host or protocol host and port also, if you have port on there, but nothing after that, no slashes, no nothing, even if your base address originally contained a slash. So then you concatenate it with your base path / path to your TwitchBot hub. If it's running at the higher level, so at the same level as your sub application, maybe it's part of your parent application, maybe it's a completely different application URL to begin with, then you might need to look at cores and cross-site forgery requests, XSFR. Regardless, a list of changes needed would be glorious. Okay, so if you want to take notes, because settings, XYZPQD, exactly. PDQ. I even read those last two letters incorrectly. Add a app base URL configuration entry to your app settings and configure that on all of your environments. I'll preview later. This is going to get transcribed as well. So if I speak it in a clear way, then I could just copy and paste it and then format it. And by transcribed, I mean YouTube transcripts where they do the auto captioning and stuff. Hello, smirking squiggly. So step 1, add the app base URL to your app settings configuration and configure that on all of your environments. So if you go to IIS, the folder where your application lives, you can create an app settings.environment name such as appsettings.production.json and override this value there. In program.cs, and this is assuming a Blazor web app where you have the two projects, the Blazor web app main project, which I'm going to call server, even though it doesn't explicitly say that it is the hosted server, but it does act like it, and the Blazor web app.client project. So in the server app, in program.cs, set your base address to use the app base URL configuration, as you can see on the screen here, which doesn't really work for transcribing, but that's what we get. Maybe I'll copy and paste this line. Then if you are configuring Signal R and you're using new URI to use the base address that you just configured above, remember that when you do new URI, the first parameter will trim it down to protocol, host, and port, which means if you have a app base URL in that base address variable, you will need to re-add it in the next comma. So the next comma, I believe, is a param list, or only a singular string relative URI. So you'll need to re-add that base path back in, as well as the endpoint that your Signal R hub is running on. And finally, in program.cs, finally, immediately after your app equals builder.build, if you're running on the server, so I don't think you need this for when you're running in dev, unless in dev you are somehow running it as a sub application as well, you would use app.usepathbase and then use that same base path that you configured in your app settings earlier. And finally, in your server apps components app.razor, mine is called app start here because I renamed it because I already had something called app.razor, which is normally called routes in the newer templates. You would configure your base URL tag in head, your base URL or base element in head to use the base URL from configuration. So on initialize, grab the base URL from configuration using an injected iConfiguration, configuration.getValue of string base path, which is the key path, I guess, in your app settings. Grab it and store it in base URL and use that in your base href equals that variable. And the value in your config is slash subfolder slash. So a leading and a trailing slash, correct. Okay, so that should be it for that. I'll try to remember to transcribe that later. No more of that. No more of that. Okay. Okay. Cool. So hopefully that I went slow enough to go through that. You know what I'm trying to say. I went through that slow enough that you were able to either take notes or that I will be able to transcribe it later. You can always grab the transcripts from the YouTube video after it's posted. Okay, so you're gonna go there. You are good. The one thing that I found though, this is specific to my bot. It has nothing to do with what you guys are working on as far as having sub applications and such. Is that my API that is running on this machine for automated realms for OpenAI API. What did DC Aggie call me earlier? In Spanish? What looks like happens is I send the request, it gets sent via the bot, so it really does actually receive the request, except maybe not anymore because PubSub might, or IRC might not work anymore, except it is working. It is definitely working. It sends the request to my OpenAI API and it takes that long before it reaches it. Before it reaches the API server. I've done a whole bunch of trace logs to see where this request chain starts, where everything hits, and right at the point where I do await HTTP client dot, I think it's a post, I can't remember, I'm pretty sure it's a post to /chat/ completion with the body information, it waits. It just sits there and waits right after that call. Then this thing shows the line in the console after about 20 seconds that says, oh, I'm processing that message. I process it. I generate output in X amount of time. The very first one takes a little bit of time. The second one goes pretty fast. And the problem is that this only happens when I'm trying to use the OpenAI API from other systems that are accessing this one from the network. Test 2. But you can imagine what that means for example, the archery bot, which relies on waiting for a response from automated realms before it actually starts. You redeem archery, you wait 20 seconds, it finally generates the response, and then archery starts. versus the actual bot commands, they happen immediately. Except when it needs to go and ask for a response. Right. I should have chosen a different command. So I need to debug why there's an issue doing it in outbound HTTP request from IIS application. Well, it's not even IIS application because I can run this in Visual Studio on another machine and still experience the same issue in debug. But enough about that. We got work to do. We got things to do. Everything is updated there. I took my time with that. I am tapping on all these things. So I guess I do have one more story that I just want to share that might give some insight as to why I'm still a bit low energy and struggling to want to anything. There was a sequence of events that happened over the past week that was just interesting to me that they happened at all. And I'm sure it's something that I am manifesting. I'm trying to give myself some encouragement to grow as a human in this human experience, but it just felt like BS, like lots of BS. So last Friday, we took our garbage and, well, before that, you guys know about my my debit card being used for unauthorized transactions. That was annoying. That was pretty close to the start of this entire downhill mess. I did get a new debit card since then. I exposed a couple of my passwords. Thankfully, they are only really used for internal stuff. So I still needed to go through and change a whole bunch of passwords. And then we got the call. I think this happened first. We got a call from our homeowner's insurance. What are they called? Carrier? Provider? I think they're called providers. And then, wait, I'm not even going to worry about the bot right now. That is really annoying that I thought we took care of that. Could have sworn we took care of that. We'll figure it out though. So I got a call from the homeowner's insurance and they're like, we're raising premiums. So we would like to talk with you about options. And I was like, great. I don't really want to have time to do this. I don't like doing things like this. I would rather continue programming, setting up my machines, doing creative endeavors, things that aren't these injected situations that are only happening because a random series of events. Why does this have to be a thing? So I simply can't allow you not to allow this. Yeah, if this story is too boring, I can definitely just get on with the programming. But just let me know. Just tell me. Just be honest and upfront. Automated Realms wanted me to know. They have a different story to tell. I don't know what's going on with the text generation either. It's being very weird. It's not following the same instructions that I gave it before, and it's just being weird. It's being very weird. Whoa, even. So I call them, or no, I didn't call them yet. What I did was I waited, I thought about it, and oh wait, no, this is right. I did call them and I negotiated doing things to decrease my premium. The premium is going up $1,600 total for the year. And I was like, I was maybe expecting $200 or $300, but $1,600 more for our insurance premium when we haven't even filed any claims. The house is only 4 years old. It just, there was no there was nothing preempting this that I could tell, except that they did it. So I asked. Yeah, but this was my actual homeowner's insurance company contacting me directly, not some third party saying, here's an extended warranty for your car. This was actually my provider. And so when I asked what is driving the prices up, they're like, well, in Colorado specifically, since we are a nationwide company, we're observing patterns everywhere. Like, it was so weird the way that the dude was wording it. And I know it was how they were told to word it because it's vague and just enough information. But pretty much the stuff that's happening in California is affecting Colorado as well, which the way that he was wording it was because California is having all of these wildfires and insurance claims, and we are a national company, they're draining the national insurance funds, and you need to help make up for it because you're part of this big nationwide family of insured people. And I'm like, I'm cool with helping people, but $1,600? Really? And when I asked for clarification, he was, or the way that I worded it was, well, so it's because California had more insurance claims lately that Coloradans and anyone else are seeing an increase in premiums? They're like, no. It's actually that we are seeing an increase in insurance claims in Colorado due to the things that are affecting California also affecting Colorado. And he would not say anything more specific than that. I was like, okay, so you're pretty much telling me that we're paying for California's insurance as well as Colorado's. So we need to, and you guys are draining your insurance fund pool and not making as much money as you normally do off of this, which is more than enough, but you need to make as much as you can. So anyway, I was okay with that. I was cordial with them because anyone that I'm talking to that is a service representative, I know they're just doing their job. So I try to be respectful, mindful of that, and not angry towards them with the situation. But then after that, on Friday, we put our, and I complained about this already, but we put our garbage can on the curb and our recycle bin on the curb. It got picked up as usual. I didn't watch it getting picked up or anything, but when I went upstairs after my workday to check so that I could go take my garbage or, bring them back in from the curb, they weren't there. So my assumption was, okay, they collected them to replace them. They've done this before, but usually they let us know when they do that. And so I waited. I waited all weekend. And then yesterday, I'm like, okay, or no, Monday. It was Monday. Monday, I was like, okay, we still haven't seen our garbage can. It's late afternoon. And I've already taken a bag of garbage out to our garage. And it's sitting there, smelly. I'd rather put it inside of a garbage can, And so I called our trash management, our waste management provider. And I was like, so I'm not sure if our garbage cans were collected, but after we left ours out on the curb on Friday, they were gone. And they're like, we don't see anything on your account saying that we were collecting or swapping out garbage cans. But it was a super fast call. And she was very, very cordial. She was very easy to speak with the representative. And she's like, we'll just set it up to where, receptacle thieves. Why? Why even? Other than to cause chaos and to just be a nuisance. So she was just like, we'll set up having them give you a new couple of bins, the garbage bin and the recycle bin, and we'll get it out there as soon as we can. And that was the end of the call. It was super easy. Who nicks a bin? So it was super easy. That same day, within about 15 minutes, my phone rings from a Colorado number that looked very similar to the one that I just called. And I answered it because I'm like, maybe they're scheduling a delivery or something. And it was a third-party roofing and restoration inspection company that was offering. And I don't know if you guys know this about me, but I'm like, when I speak with people, I'm extra cordial, I'm extra nice. I try to be respectful because they're just doing their job. I keep saying that. So they called, I answered, and they're like, well, since there was this hailstorm that happened a few months ago. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, President Not Sure. We're getting there. We're getting there. I mean, that hasn't happened yet because I haven't signed anything. But they were like, well, first of all, my very first thought is like, how did you even get my number? But we'll get to that too. So they are talking to me. Oh, I know you say it's really happening. Or it really happened. I absolutely believe you. I wasn't doubting it. I promise. I said that mine hasn't gotten stolen yet. Hopefully it won't, because this company, like, I did the research on the company, and they're reputable and stuff. So after I did the research, I was like, they offered me well, first they asked, do you have anything inside of your home, leaky windows, tile work, drywall work, painting that needs to be refreshed, or anything like that? And I'm like, the house is 4 years old. We kind of don't really need it. He's like, well, also there was a hailstorm that happened not too long ago, and I was just wondering if you guys have already had your roof inspected. We do free roof inspections. We are a licensed company, and right then I'm on Better Business Bureau looking them up. I'm on Angie's List, or Angie it's called now. It's kind of funny that they changed their name to Angie spelled the way that I spell Angie. But anyway, so I went to Angie's List, I went to Yelp, I went to all the places, did the research. They have raving reviews that don't look like they were bot generated, but you never know anymore. They are A+, their score rating, whatever, A+ on Better Business Bureau, and no complaints. They've been around for 4 years, which isn't that long in the grand scheme of things. So I'm like, I mean, if it's just an inspection, then sure, why not? But that does, because we don't like having people coming inside of the house is the main thing. And you know me, I don't want to physically interact with people. I know that on occasion I have to in order to get things done in the real world. So I was like, this is one of those things. Let's just go ahead and have this free inspection. That way, if the roof is in pristine condition, we get a nice little certificate that says your roof has been inspected, there are no issues. If it's not, then I'm not going to be able to prove that it wasn't in pristine condition, or that it was in pristine condition before the inspector came. Because I made the mistake, after agreeing and setting up a time, I made the mistake of looking up more information on the internet about possible roofing scams in Colorado, especially having been called out of the blue. Right, I forgot to mention that. During the call, I was like, or he was asking me, so since we're setting this up, is your phone number, the one that I called, a good way to reach you? And just to send out the verification email, is this email at sagetti.com a good email for you? And I'm like, I haven't signed up for anything personal on the internet with my sagetti.com email, which I don't have access to anymore. I don't work for them anymore. I'm like, so how exactly did you get this information, by the way? And he's like, I'm going to be completely honest with you. We purchased the marketing pack from Zillow. And I'm like, how did Zillow have my Sagetti email address registered with them? That sounds pretty sketchy. when I haven't registered my Sagetti email at all. The only way that my Sagetti email would have been out there would be if I streamed and my Sagetti email showed up in my drop-down list of emails. So anyway, that was kind of sketchy, but at the same time, you know that companies purchase marketing packages with lists of people and their phone numbers and their email addresses and their home addresses and all that crap. So I am going to try that. TBD gamer. Okay, so that was sketchy. So because that was sketchy, I looked up roofing scams, especially those in Colorado. And there was one that happened 3 years ago that was pretty famous, pretty widespread news about it, where they have video of the inspector having this little tool that they punched into like the garage door, for example, and it simulated hail damage, scraping off on the roof the they're called granules that are on shingles. So what I ended up doing was we scheduled it for Thursday, which is tomorrow, after the stream. And then yesterday they're like, well, we actually have an opening today if you are available for it. And I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? Let's get this over with. And so we had it scheduled for yesterday. Before the person came out, I walked around the house, took pictures of all of the things that I thought could be potential places for the person. Actually, I took pictures of everything around the house, but could be potential places for the inspector to purposefully cause damage, especially based off of the videos that I saw for what they do. Gutters, siding, right around the window seams, all of that stuff. So I had pictures of all of that. There was some existing damage around our back door. Sliding door that I took pictures of just to make sure he didn't make those worse or make them worse than they actually are. But I have no way to get up to the roof. So I can't really determine whether anything that happened after was actually already in existence or not. So he comes yesterday. I meet him out on the front patio. I'm doing my awkward. I look like I'm presenting well, like I'm presenting with confidence, because again, in person, we can communicate, we can interact, but my insides are like, we need to run. This is a threat. Let's get out of here. And just anxiety. This guy is trying to scam you. Everything that he says is untrustworthy. And I'm like, I do not want to treat people like this. And I was like, in my mind I was, but voicing it, I was like, okay, well, I appreciate you doing this. There is a bird nest in the backyard or on the side gutter that I would like to leave intact. Please don't disturb it, kind of thing. He's like, that's cool of you. And he's complimenting me and he's saying that I have a smooth voice. And I'm like, thank you. He's like, yeah, I don't remember what he called him, but the dude that, gosh, I really don't like this aspect of business too. There is this thing going on, especially in Colorado, where there are people that are setting up LLCs and calling it local businesses when they are pretty much a representative of this larger corporation. But in truth, they are a local business, but they are, I'm assuming, subcontractors essentially that are representing these larger corporations that are national or whatever. But in order for people to trust them more, they're like, yeah, we're a local business. And I'm always thinking, so the owner of Taco Bell is a small business owner of our local Taco Bell, but Taco Bell is a large chain, and it's kind of like that situation. But they try to pass it off as, this is my business that I started as a roofing company, and I'm accredited, I'm licensed. It's like, yeah, there's just some dishonesty there that rubs me wrong. So we had that happen. He came out, went up to the roof, and when he came down, he was showing me the pictures, but the way that he would show the pictures was So like you can see here, if we just scroll through this, you can see where there's some stuff here. I can email these pictures, and he's just like talking around everything. And he's like, so I'd say it's about 50-50. You know, you could file a claim with the insurance, and you know, it's likely that they're going to, but it's also likely that they won't. And I'm like, okay, now I'm even more concerned. I just negotiated a policy change so that I could lower my premium by increasing my deductible. And my deductible went from $1,000 to $5,000. And if you aren't, if you don't know what that means, it means that if I had an insurance claim, I would pay out of pocket up to $5,000 before insurance would start paying money. But it gets worse because I was reviewing my policy document. There's also an exclusion clause. There's an exception for when the damage is caused by hail or high winds. And in that case, my deductible is 3% of the coverage under coverage A, which is essentially the purchase price of the house. And 3% of that is a lot more than $5,000. So I would pretty much be paying for this entire repair service out of pocket. So I was waiting for the images, and I got the images yesterday. I compared them to the images that I took before he came, and there was nothing extra on the ground level. So as far as the gutters, there was like, I didn't see these spots that he identified, that he outlined with chalk, until I compared the picture side by side, and I'm like, oh yeah, I can see that dent. I can see those dings. They're there. He's not lying about these. There were the 3 little notches that were in our sliding glass door on the frame, but they're only cosmetic, and they didn't look worse in his picture. He just pointed them out. But the roof, when he came down to explain what he did while he was looking at the roof, he's like, the insurance company won't really look at a claim if there are less than 10 incidents. And he found at least 10 on the north and south sides of the roof. And those, he's like, in order to show them more clearly, I did have to wipe away some of the granules. And to me, that sounds like he took some tool and scraped them off to make them look like it was hail damage. And so there was 20 or 30 spots of these 1-inch size gashes in the granules. And so I was like, okay, now I have to take the time, and I'm taking all this time complaining about it, so this is even worse for me. Take all this time researching, is it bad to have these small 1-inch gashes or scrapes of the granules on shingles? And according to the internet, yeah, it can be pretty bad, because the granules prevent UV damage, they prevent warping, they prevent water damage. Even if you have fiberglass core shingles, which we do, there's still that asphalt layer on top, and that's going to degrade by UV rays. And one of the things that these granules with the tar-like substance does is it protects against UV. Gemini, actually. Gemini plus regular Google searches. But yeah, so I'm like, if I leave it and don't do anything about it, then my insurance is going to be like, well, you knew about these back in 2025, and here we are in 20 whenever, and now you have this extra damage caused by UV radiation or whatever that is eroding your shingles more than they should be eroded. So you should have gotten them taken care of. So I'm kind of locked into this situation where I need to have the repair done. Otherwise, I'm going to have issues with my insurance in the future. And if I make an insurance claim, I'm going to raise my premium even more. I have not gotten a quote yet. And this. Okay, so did I miss the part where you contacted a roofing company independently and have the second opinion? I made sure to do all of my research, and one of the suggestions for making sure you don't get scammed is to have a second roofing company, reputable roofing company, come in and do a second opinion with a quote. I asked him to give me a quote for what needs to be done now so that I just have that in mind. But one, I have to do the research for finding a reputable roofing company. I need to take the time to do that instead of the time that I would have spent doing something else that I enjoy doing, for example. But these are the things you have to do in the real world. It's part of owning a home. I hate that. I hate that so much. So I know that I need to, I already started doing some, adulting sucks. I already started doing some research on starting with Better Business Bureau for local roofing companies in Colorado that are A+ or A or above, which I'm only looking at the A+ ones, looking at the reviews on Yelp, blah, 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 so that I can find a reputable one. The issue is that I don't trust a single one of them. I'm not going to trust a single one of them. And that's going to cause anxiety in me and conflict because I want to trust people. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. But I know that I'm in a position where I can be taken advantage of pretty easily. There are other issues that come with condos, though, aren't there, President? Not sure. That involve people. I'm also like, it's not even funny. So it's like, I don't want to take the time to do this thing because it's not something I'm interested in spending my life doing, not even moments of my life. And here I know it's going to take at least 2 weeks because I need to find the company. I need to work up the nerve to call them. I need to call them and schedule the appointment. I need to fret about the appointment coming up with them. Did I make the right choice? Did I choose the right company? Do I need to do a third company? Are they just going to use the chalk from the previous inspector and say, yeah, these are all good. And in fact, it's worse because they missed this one and this one and this one. And it's like, I don't want to have to do that. Yeah. Oh, and then there was some other change that recently happened as well that needed my input. And it was like, it's just one thing after the other. That's all. So I'm overwhelmed. I am feeling, so this is all honesty. This is all just me being bare and raw, bare toe and raw. That this to a lot of people might seem like it's this big. It's impactful. It's something they have to do, but you just do it. Why complain about it? You just do it. For me, it is a very massive thing that involves lots and lots of anxiety, lots and lots of doubt, lots and lots of being angry at myself for responding the way that I do, feeling shame for responding this way. And I am struggling with that. That's going to carry over into everything that I do programming wise. You're going to see me complaining more about hearing that negative criticism as opposed to supportive type stuff. And I've already been getting more into that lately, and I'm trying not to, because that's not what the stream is about. The stream is about developers getting together and talking about code and enjoying software development. Or just anyone who's interested in this. It doesn't even have to be a developer. Okay, so that's my story. I'm gonna catch up on chat. Jamie is here. So I'm gonna go all the way back up to the top where DC Aggie called me a hola. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. He just said hola. And then we're Wednesday, Thursday, Friday now. Yes. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. because Mondays I wanted to do music streams, and going from a development stream to the music stream was starting to get stressful as well. So I was like, why not just put all my streams together and in sequence and not have to worry too much. That way we can work on a specific project, and I can work on the other projects consecutively off stream. So the other thing that I'm working on aside from RTRAC, which we're going to work on during this stream, is an AWS S3 kind of library that will let me manipulate files, do things like get the history versions for files and stuff like that, which is a lot of fun. And we're going to see it eventually when we start integrated into DDMS. But for now, I'm doing that separate. We're doing RTRAC, the conversion from .NET Framework to Blazor, which is going to be a lot of fun. And stored procedures to C#, hopefully. At least I would really like to get a lot of the logic out of stored procedures and into C# without taking a massive performance hit. That would be nice, wouldn't it? And then Dukasoft was asking, I'm half panic mode because he has a deadline on Thursday. Is that when you said your deadline is? 5 days. 5 days from today. So next week, Monday. I'm not good at math or time. But you got this. You absolutely got this. But I'm half panic mode. Minor bugs and the boss is fine with it, but I want to be perfect. Am I crazy? No. Strive for perfection if you want, to a healthy point. As I mentioned before, my recommendation is just to keep some reality in there as well, that you will most likely not match the grandeur that's in your head, as Jimmy Eat World would put it. You're crazy, but probably unrelated to your bugs, says DC Aggie. True. I so want a system to log bugs, but I have none for this release, sadly. But then again, I won't see the bug madness. So when? Question mark, says Dukasoft. I showed Thindle a test deploy yesterday and said my site was, and he said my site was snappy. The production server will have even more resources. I take that as a win. It's a Blazor server site. Cool. Ban the IIS haters. TBD came in. Dukasoft waved at TBD. TBD at Dukasoft. I was describing the base href stuff. DC Aggie wanted bigger font, so we will make sure that our font is still bigger for the work that we're doing today in RTRAC. Then Dukasoft said this, agreeing with DC Aggie. And is it possible to get HTTPS localhost port from config? It absolutely is. So if you wanted to, you could have set up the entire app settings to show like IIS configuration section, and you could bind that to your options, and then you could always have access to your host name, which could be localhost port whatever, or it could be your actual server's host name. So for me, ng.local. And then you could also choose whether HTTP is going to be your protocol or HTTPS. So maybe your protocol could be separate from that. Your port could be separate from that. And just have it in parts. And then your base URL would be in there as well, so that you have just the base URL part, so you don't have to parse a URI to get all of your slash parts. So yeah, absolutely. And then Chris Funk was saying, sorry I missed it. What are you working on? So I guess I am going through what I'm working on at the same time as catching up in chat. Smirking Squiggly came in. DC Aggie said, my problems may be related to /s. Oh, slashes or the Signal R hub. Regardless, a list of changes needed would be glorious. Okay. I'll bribe you later. And President Not Sure was helping me out with the acronym for cross-site request forgery. Cross-site forgery request. XSRF. XSRF sounds right. But he was like, it's actually XYZ PQD. And I should have known that. And the value in your config is slash subfolder slash. Yes. What did DC Aggie call me earlier in Spanish? I asked Automated Realms. Automated Realms is being special. They won't turn off IRC for a while. I bet that would be cool. They better not. Dad joke. We got 2 jokes for the price of none. Other bot says, shout out to my grandma. That's the only way she can hear. And BestBot says, I'm practicing for a bug eating contest. You got some help there, Dukasoft. Just ask your bot. It's going to eat the bugs. And I've got butterflies in my stomach. Yay, it still works, says Dukasoft. Duka said, test crash. Please do your testing on your own gear. I mean, Dukabot said that. And when? And then. And then. And then. Wait, why didn't it pick up your... Oh, because it wasn't allowing. Yeah, I need to figure out why it's not allowing that command. Does it allow me to do it? No. Does it allow me to do any commands? Yes. Yes. So I flipped a coin and it landed on its side, apparently, because Automated Realms reported heads, Suribot reported tails. Massive vomit chat from Automated Realms. Well, even we've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. Yeah. And again, I don't answer my phone. I don't answer phone calls unless I am explicitly expecting a call or like what just happened where I just got off the phone with our waste management company and we were setting something up to have my trash bins delivered. I didn't know what to expect, so I kind of assumed that it's possible they would be calling me, and it absolutely wasn't. And then I couldn't say no because I'm easy to take advantage of. That is quite a huge premium bump in my opinion. Because California is having problems, it's causing us to spread out the cost to customers not in California. And he kept doing that everyone has to do their part statement. And I'm like, I have never had a claim. And it's like, if you were ever needing to do a claim, you'd want to have the money there for the claim, right? And I'm like, it's gonna be there. You guys have more than enough money to cover probably the entire US filing a claim at the same time. Do you know how much money insurance makes? Anyway, DC Aggie says, what was the company's earnings last year? What is the CEO's compensation? So I spoke with the CEO because if I say the company, he's going to be like, sure, Virtuous Roofing and Restoration, which is his LLC, is a locally owned company. I am the owner, and we made X amount last year in earnings without considering that you are a subsidiary of probably a contract. A 1099 is what I would imagine for some larger corporation. And then Jamie came in. DC Aggie says, receptacle thieves, question man. Smirking Squiggly says, take my money. TBD says, who nicks bin? True. President Not Sure said, oh no, we've been scammed by a Colorado roofing company. Stole credit card number. True story. No, I mean, it really happened here where President Not Sure lives, and we're not in Colorado. I just remembered it. I trust people as far as I can throw them. I give off the energy that I trust whoever it is that I'm interacting with. And unless and until they do something that obviously violates that trust. So I inherently choose to trust with sensibility, with wisdom, that says don't just blindly trust, obviously. Trust and verify. But when it comes to the point where I am projecting distrust, I don't necessarily have the discernment to know whether it's just me being paranoid or whether I am truly getting an intuitive sense that I should not be trusting the person or company or situation. So I'm working on that. Until then, I typically respond to myself with anger, frustration, and annoyance that I would ever initially approach a person or situation with distrust, because that's not who I want to be. Not without cause. Then TBD said, I signed up for Incogni last week. So yeah, I'm going to use, what's his name? West? Matt Farrell, I think is his name. I didn't see it yet. Yeah, Matt Farrell. I'm going to use his link because I consume a lot of his content and I want to thank him for it by using his link for Incogni. I'm pretty sure he's one of them that does Incogni as a sponsor on his stream. I saw in a Colin Furs, I don't know how to pronounce dude's name, video. I was curious, so did a bit of research and ended up paying for a year. It's terrifying how many sites have your data. I know. But yes, I am absolutely going to do that. Yet another thing that I would need to do research on before I actually did, and I don't want to spend time doing that. But again, I say that and I sit here and I complain for an hour about a situation, which is also like, this is one of those things that I'm like, it's a consequence of the situation happening to begin with. Had it not happened, had things just been going as smoothly as they have been up until this point, it would have been fine. But everything just needed to break at the same time. How much longer is Mercury in retrograde? So did I miss the part where you contacted a roofing company independently? So yeah, just keep in mind that yesterday at 3 o'clock is when they came out, did the inspection stuff. Monday is when they called me sometime in the late afternoon. And so you most likely know my pattern by now. On work days, I wake up at 4:30, get my coffee, come downstairs, do work. And I don't know if you could tell TBD, but over this past week, even most of last week, I have been extremely focused on trying to get this AWS S3 thing done, because there's just so much to do with these apps. So I've been focused on that. And after my workday, I have still been setting up the computer so that the music stream will work. I have been doing other side projects that I need, like the financial management calculator would have been nice to have before we had to do our estimated quarterly taxes this past weekend. But I didn't have that ready. And there's just other things that I would prefer to do at that time. I would like to be working on music again already. I've gone back, like I had another spark of inspiration to work on the book. So I started doing that a little bit too. Then I do dinner with my wife. Then I spend quality time with my wife, whether we're talking about esoteric topics, watching shows together, or reading books. It's our time to spend together, and anything that has to do with anyone else outside of our little bubble is an inconvenience and just makes it more stressful. So there isn't time to focus on dumb things like this that are only a thing because we decided that we need insurance to be a thing. Anyway, all right, man, that horse is getting taller. And a quote, auditing sucks. This is why I have a condo, says president, not sure. Then says, I primarily deal with people, period. The end. I don't deal with anyone while I'm here. at this house, unless I answer my phone or my door on accident. Anyway, I primarily deal with people that are other owners for the building management, which is much better than dealing with vendors. I don't envy these tasks. It would be huge for me. Like, we get our groceries delivered, and we don't even interact with the person that delivers the groceries. We tap yes, we approve your replacement item, and or yes, we approve that you're refunding the item because our replacement item was also out, or we requested a refund if that product is out. And then they drop it off. I give them a 5-star rating most of the time because they do an amazing job of doing the shopping, respecting our instructions, and delivering without hassle. Leave it at our doorstep, drive off, give them a decent tip, and put all my groceries away. We have our dinners delivered from Blue Apron to our doorstep. We have our water jugs delivered to our doorstep. We just don't interact with people physically, just you guys, and I choose to be here. Anything else that I'm not choosing to do is a nuisance. It would be huge for me, says Duka Duka. Thank you for the reassurance, though. I'd be very stressed too. Your home is likely your largest investment liability, and it's hard not to get worked up when dealing with that stuff. Oh, that's the other thing that happened, now that you say that. Oh, you can't see it. Important information about your Nissan. It has not been serviced since you leased it. And it needs a soft, like, this is one of those things. It's like, do you really need me to come in for this? Your Nissan has gotten a software update that improves the restart ability after a software update is performed. Because there has been some kind of issue where if you receive an over-the-air software update, it has issues with restarting, whatever that means. I'm like, that sounds like something you guys would program in so that you would force owners to come to a dealership to try to upsell them on some crap that they don't need. Anyway, Taryn is here. He says, yo, thank you for sharing. Thank you for being here. Thanks for listening. I appreciate you normalizing that it's okay to not be okay when dealing with stuff like this. It's just like when you see this anywhere, you get the impression that nobody is as bothered by this type of thing as you are. So you feel ashamed and just are like, I'm not allowed to voice this because I'll just look like a whiny tears. And there is a point where if I keep going too far with this, I'm just going to be whiny tears. And that's it. Instead of talking about how it's truly affecting me and just trying to be like, if you see me acting in curious ways, then here's potentially why. Do you plan to use EF Core or Dapper or something else? For what? What was I talking about? So for the database on the bot, that's already SQL. For all of the databases in my existing applications, they are all on SQL Server. They existed before me. And I have elected to use Entity Framework. You were probably asking that when I was talking about upgrading this from .NET Framework to .NET Core. So all of my other applications are, except for 2 others, are already Blazor applications. They have SQL Server as their backing database. This one is using EF Core with Entity .NET Framework. But I've already done a lot of the migration of the code over, and it's using EF Core. So it's using Entity Framework for .NET Framework, so EF6, I think is what I meant to say earlier. But now I've already gone through the process of upgrading a lot of the stuff with lift and shift with the upgrade assistant, I think. I can't remember how we got it to this point. But the databases are all already individual projects that I am exposing to myself through an internal Git repository, internal artifacts repository from dev.azure.com. Goodness. Which I'm not logged into, apparently. I think this account. Does anyone remember? That's this one. Okay, yes, stay signed in, please. Okay, here's dev.azure.com/armits. And here are all of my databases that are turned into class libraries that we use throughout all of the applications. And so what you can see is we have a lot of databases. So I reverse engineered all of them a long time ago, turned them into code first so that if there are any model changes I need to make, I make it in their specific project, give them a version, goes through the pipeline does a build, generates some NuGet packages, the release releases the NuGet packages as a -beta, and then on approval, a final version of it. And that gets pushed to my local artifacts feed that I have configured in Visual Studio, and you will see things like armits connection manager dot any of my databases. I put the models in a separate project so that I can put the models in a shared library that can be accessed on client side, server side, wherever I choose to. Most of the time I just end up using the models, the entities themselves, as my DTOs. Because these are all internal apps and I don't have to worry about IDs and crap. However, a lot of the times I do wrap them in view models and DTOs and regular models because they're all pretty much the same to me. But you'll notice that I do have a whole bunch of Armits Connection Manager core, but I do have a specific Armits Connection Manager for my .NET framework applications. I just can't remember what it's called or if it even is still on here. I think it might only be in my downloaded local folder feed. So that's how I'm doing the databases. I am maintaining them using their specific repo within my Connection Manager project on Azure DevOps. So this one has, how many databases are you connected to? 4 databases that it connects to. And this is why I turn them into NuGet packages, because different applications have access to some shared databases, their own individual database. The name of this application is called RTRAC, but it pushes records to RMAED and it reads records from STRAC. And I thought that it used the RMA chain of custody database as well, but obviously it doesn't. Okay, still catching up on chat. No pressure to Dukasoft about the deadline coming up. I might not be able to count. It's Monday. Okay, so you did. Our heart dapper, says DC Aggie. Personally haven't used it, says Smirking Squiggly. And then can't use and then. Why can't we use and then? And then because it's disabled. It's not that it doesn't exist or that I have it under the wrong access level. It's that it's disabled. Why is it disabled? Ooh, data. Okay, so this is how I manage the command. Why are you disabled? Was there something bad that happened before? Refresh commands. Do we see if, wait. Okay, good. Disable count is what was supposed to be false because we wanted to count the number of times that and then was used. So we'll say that I used it, what, 4 times already during this stream? Only 4 times? I need to refresh the table first. Oh wait, did you already use it? And did it work? It did. It did work. Okay, I'll let you manually add it then. The number of times I've used it. Okay. I flipped a coin a couple of times. Dukasoft said it's my first professional C# website. I bet there's where the stress anxiety comes from. I mean, like for me, it would be anything that's going to be in the public eye. So the bot that I show on stream, any of these tools that are used by the other members of the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge, they give me plenty of anxiety doing any kind of release for them. So I can commiserate with you is all I'm trying to say. All right, President Not Sure says, I have my iPhone focus mode on such that only family and other such close people will actually make it ring. That would be cool. I should do that. In this case, once again, had I not just called the waste management people, I wouldn't have answered my phone. So it wouldn't have made a difference because I would have turned it off while waiting for my garbage bins just in case they needed to contact me. What? Everyone has to do their part? No, that's not how insurance works, asshat. Apologies for language. I mean, it was merited for this situation. It's one of those things where it's like, you do not curse all the time. I don't think ass is that bad of a curse word. I just don't think curse words are that bad, but you don't curse very often. It is a way of expressing the intensity of your response, where it's not just a throwaway, you use it in everyday language kind of situation. I was looking for what? Insurance. Nationwide insurance. Collective pool? I don't know what to call it. Oh gosh, I can't use pool because that's like swimming pool. It's called... Oh, what was the term that he used? It was called... what is the name for a national insurance provider's pool of funds to use for insurance that every policyholder pays into? This is terrible wording. Policyholder is one word. Your mom is one word. Risk pool, pooling agreements. Anyway, he said, as you know, Nationwide is a blah insurance company. And so everyone pays into a centralized pool for your area. Whatever it's called. So yeah, it's a thing. And I was like, man, I'm getting a really good deal because my insurance coverage is really high. And I am paying less than I was for my insurance coverage when I was a renter. And now. They're like, nope. I have to do stuff? No, never. Dukasoft was like, ban was evaded successfully. Pronounced furs. Apparently means farts in German. You're talking about stored procedures. Okay, yeah. So stored procedures, I'm planning on turning them from stored procedures into C#, not using Dapper. They already are written in such a way that I'm calling them directly using Entity Framework. So hopefully that answers your questions quickly. Of course we remember you have all your credentials. Oh yeah, when I shared everything. And then no docs shout out. There's the and thens. And they are working now. I respect your wishes. If you need any help. What? What are you responding to, Automated Realms? I said oh, no, okay. So Dukasoft was talking with Automated Realms, saying, I just disabled you, so from now on you won't respond to me. It's going to respond to you. Yay! And the and when and then chain is working now. Yay! Except that Dukabot hiccuped or something. Probably got nerfed by too many messages thingy from Twitch. Yeah, okay. Cool. Dukasoft is lurking now. TBD says everything you're reading there is saying that pool itself is a fun to avoid increasing insurance in the event of a mass claim, which is what is currently happening. And of course I didn't do that research before getting this insurance. I was like, I got my insurance through another provider as a bundled service. They used Nationwide as their carrier for this other insurance, but they're like, we can discuss looking at other insurance carriers. But the other thing is that I also have my business insurance through Nationwide, and bundling it together is another thing that decreased my premiums. So it was an overall beneficial thing for me. What are all of these emails? Affordable Care Act. What do you know? I'm getting emails about Affordable Care Act, which showed up in our search results just now. Anyway, RTRAC. Hey, we're here. We made it to the part of the stream where I stop blabbing about my woes and life issues, and we start doing some code. Let me introduce you to RTRAC once again, in case you have never seen this project. So the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge is a place where there was a massive environmental catastrophe a long time ago that got cleaned up. And we now have applications that help us to monitor and maintain the environmental situation. One of those applications is an application geared at having soil and water samples sent to a lab, and that lab reporting the results of those analyses through another application. And that application currently looks like this. It is deployed as a .NET Framework 4.7.2 application. Because it was originally a JSP application, but when I got here, the first thing that I was supposed to do was get all of these apps from being JSP apps to something Microsoft, and I chose MVC applications using .NET Framework because that was the technology at the time. .NET Core was still relatively new. I didn't know much about it. So I was like, let's just use the thing that I know because we need to do this quickly. I only had a year. The previous developers, a team of 4, quoted 4 years per application. I think, like, this is a story that I heard, 4 years per application. It could just be that they meant all of the applications would take a total of 4 years, or each one of them would work on an application themselves and it would take them 4 years to get it done, whatever. Point is, by the time I got here, they were all gone. I had a person that used to be help desk become the junior developer who was helping me through getting the applications updated as well. So he was learning programming learning .NET and programming at the same time as we were trying to get these upgraded. So anyway, we did a lift and shift, went over as quickly as possible, and it took me 1 year to get all 10 applications. We look repeatedly, and I never remember how many applications there are. So however many applications we had, we got them all converted over to MVC.NET. the 3 desktop applications that were VB6 were converted over to WinForms using VB.NET still. And then 2 of those 3 have already been converted over to Blazor once I figured out Blazor was a thing. Learned Blazor, and I love it. I love using it for everything. So we have 2 applications that are still .NET Framework, RTRAC and Army Vegemon, and 1 desktop application that is still a VB.NET WinForms application that we're going to pull over into another existing application called Chain of Custody. Whew. Okay, so DC Aggie is saying, my home and car insurance company has left the state of Nevada entirely, and my current policies won't be renewed, so I'll be price shopping soon. Man, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it goes easy for you. I hope that you just find one that's like, yeah, this is it. This is resonant. I like it. Let's go with it. And it works for you, and it works well for you. TBD said, Nationwide is on your side. Disclaimer, Nationwide is only on your side for the purposes of marketing and not actually supporting you when our CEO isn't able to afford another home. 3. Random 3. I need more practice using keyboards. You're doing perfect, TBD. Speaking of TBD, has enough time passed? Can we do another shout out for TBD? TBD is an amazing streamer, amazing developer. Check out his streams. He streams most mornings, provided there aren't certain situations that happen to come up, but he's been back to it consistently. Monday through Friday at 7 a.m. Eastern time, which is currently UTC -4. And right now, in case you're wondering what time it is, you can do the maths this way. He's 2 hours ahead of me. So it's 19:06 for TBD. UTC, of course, which is 1:06 his time, or 13:06 his time. Sorry. And when he streams an application on Mondays and Fridays. He streams an application called nope, that's data import utility. He streams a project called developers.stream. Wow, brain. Did I spell it wrong? I spelt it wrong. Developers.stream. And this is a Blazor application with a backend API, some pretty cool services and other technologies thrown in there for developers who stream to be able to register themselves on the site, put some information, and become discoverable, where a user would be able to go in, say, I want to see streams about Django, and do a search. They see these are the streamers, or these are people that stream Django development, and these are the platforms that they stream on. Here's a little blurb that they provided. Also, there's an API portion of it where you are able to do an API call. Let's say you have a bot running on your Twitch channel. See you later, DC Aggie. Let's say you have a bot running on your Twitch channel, and someone comes in, they chat, and you do a quick lookup for them because it's the first time they chatted that day, and you see that they have an entry in the developers.stream API. Then you could pull their custom written blurb out and give them a shout out, a proper shout out, with information that they would want you to display about them. On Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, he streams Liquid Sky, and I think it's just Liquid for Dukasoft bot. Are they the same blurb? They might be the same blurb. Okay, regardless, it is a project management and planning application or tool, and it is intended, it's geared more towards project managers, but it still, in my opinion, has a great split and division of labor for separation of concerns even, that developers will see the things that they care about when they're working on a project, and project managers will be encouraged to take care of the things that they're responsible for as far as project management. It looks like it's going to be great. He's been using really lot of impressive technologies with that. Kafka, and thank you so much for the follow. And so many other things. It's worth checking out his streams if you are available around that time. So again, that is 7 a.m. Eastern time, UTC -4. Check him out. All right. So this is what the application we're working on currently looks like. This is what they are currently interacting with over at the lab, the one lab that does all of our sample analyses. We now have multiple labs. So in a few streams over the past 4 months, we worked on a data import utility, because the way that this application is expecting the data to come in from the lab is in this file called a TRN file, which is short for transfer files. Totally makes sense. And that is a fixed width formatted text file where each line is comprised of 164 characters, 163 characters. I love the artwork. I can visualize the Windows 3.11 windows around that bitmap. Absolutely. And so this is the file format that the only lab that has been doing our sample analyses has been using to upload the results into our databases, into our systems. Well, not really our final databases, because that's up to our team to finalize the records, but they use this to load the data in, perform what's called records checks, which is a whole bunch of stored procedures that run in the database that checks for consistency between the lab results being uploaded to, are they actually samples that we sent to them to be tested? Do the sample methods line up? Are they testing for the right analytes, for the right chemicals and stuff in the water, in the soil, in the air, whatever we sent to them? Do the values make sense? Are we getting a value of like 130 parts per million when we're expecting something like 0.002 parts per million? Are they like way out of range kind of situation? So they must perform these record check things first. Then they check it against, actually this is the one that checks it against our local records to see, do we have sample records? All right, TBD, thank you also for being here. Do we have sample records that match up with the results that they're sending us back? If not, then throw some errors. So for example, these are broken. These are made up. What are these called? Chain of custody records in sample results. So it's telling me that we can't find any samples in the chain of custody database in STRAC, the system that we use for tracking samples that we send to the lab, STRAC, sample tracking. We can't find one with this date and this field ID and this method. Those methods don't look right. I think the methods are getting turned into numbers and they actually should be 0521, for example. We'll have to look at that. So what's happening now though is that we have different labs that are providing, that we send samples to, and they do the analyses and send us back records. So we needed a way to be able to upload the data that they send to us into the staging database so that we can run these record checks and chain of custody checks in. That is the data import utility plus, I'm going to call it data import utility plus because I can. So the thing that I shouted out, DIU, is the open source base library that provides the core functionality of this application. So that involves the ability to take an Excel file or a CSV, and we can enhance it later to include other types of delimited files like TSV. and projects, lab data import, sample import files, and drag and drop it into this application where it will read the file. So the data import utility library provides the functionality for reading files, Excel files and CSVs into data sets. If the Excel file has multiple worksheets, each of those worksheets becomes a data table in that data set. The only thing that this is expecting is for the data to be formatted in such a way that there is potentially a row header or no row header, but all of the data is in this columnar format where we know we're going to get one record per row, essentially. So it's not like here's one table, here's a graphic, here is another sub table in the same worksheet. We're really just expecting them to be translatable to here's a whole bunch of data in a worksheet. So that's part one. Part two is now then configuring that to output as a selected C# type that the consumer, the developer that's using this library, chooses. There are some customizations for being able to map in a special way like this. There are other customizations where the application provides the ability to copy a value over directly from another field, configure how that value is translated for each row. So we have operations like perform calculations, do a regular expression match, interpolate the values. So that means take the value that's in that field and concatenate it with whatever else you want. If you are doing a regular expression match and it comes up with an array of matches, you can chain that with an interpolation where each of these is represented by a curly brace, $ curly brace index number. So we could rearrange this however we want, which I just am outputting it in the same format, but whatever, you know what I mean. This could have been 2 here. Oops, I meant 2. This could have been 1. So whatever you choose to do. And then we can see what it would do for each row. If there was an error, for example, if I tried to do an interpolation with, not an interpolation, oh, okay, that's one. If I tried to do a substring on what we currently have as an array of strings, then we get an error, and it tells us in very small font for you guys that an error occurred while applying the transformation. See the information above. Okay, here it is. I don't know why I didn't give it to us immediately. And the error is that the operation cannot be applied to a collection of values. So it doesn't make sense to substring an array of values of strings. So you can get that feedback. So that's the core library. Again, it will output this to whatever your selected C# object is that you define in code. You can also preview the results of what it would look like when it outputs as that list of C# object types. So that's the core application. The additional parts for this specific lab data import utility is I have selected the target object type to be an RTRAC upload model. I have added this ability to define the lab and lot for all records, which are assigned by the system and are in a specific format that it's expecting, and be able to save whatever configurations you make in a given session as a template that you can recall at a later time, so you don't have to do the same setup every single time you load a file. You just load the template and it will apply those changes immediately. And finally, the ability to upload to, so this is the save and overwrite existing templates, delete a template, to upload to the database, the staging database, so that those records now appear in RTRAC. So all of that does work. The client has been using this and it's working fine, except for that thing that we just saw when we tried to do a record check on one of those records. Interesting that it didn't show up. It was probably for a lab that I don't have access to or something. But we're getting a whole bunch of errors. I need to investigate that. But before that, the thing that I would really like to do is to take this lab data upload tool and put it inside of RTRAC. So in order to do that, this is currently a .NET Framework application. We have a few things we can do. We can set it as a sub application to the existing RTRAC and make no changes to it. Or because it needs to be done anyway, we can upgrade RTRAC from .NET Framework to .NET Core. Here I'm using .NET 8 with a Blazor application. .NET 8 because I extracted all of the authentication and authorization mechanism, since all of my applications use that, from a new Blazor web app targeting .NET 8. I've tried making my main application a .NET 9 application and still referencing that library to add back in the authentication and authorization stuff. But I get conflicts with the version of, you know what, it was probably this. Conflicts with the version of Microsoft ASP.NET Core Components WebAssembly Server. That makes me want to try a .NET 9 app. Anyway, sorry, Foolish Snubble. I really did mean to respond to you. I was blabbering, but welcome in. Snubble says, speaking of the good Windows, in other words, 3.11, I tried programming some 16-bit x86 assembler to create a small COM file. How did that work out for you? What did it do? Blabber, blabber, blabber. Okay, so we're going to keep going with trying to convert this over to Blazor. I did a lot of work on this back in 2022 that as we were going through, I was like, well, first I need to come up with a UI that's going to work nicely. Then I need to convert all of my existing controllers into API controllers and all of my core logic, pull them out of my existing controllers, because the way that I used to write my controllers is the logic was inside of my my stuff that returns a view, which was terrible, but that's how I used to code. And so now I make my controllers dumb controllers that just forward the request to my server implementation of the service and split everything out into services instead. So I was talking with you guys about doing that, and as we were going through, I found a version of it where I had already done pretty much everything. So here are my controllers, and you can see that they are dumb controllers that are just, and I say dumb controllers, hopefully that's not offensive. They are simple controllers that just forward whatever requests they get to the service implementation. And in this case, we're on the server, so the service implementation for the server is the actual database call or file operation or whatever server resources thing it does to accomplish the thing. And not only that, but all of these are converted over from the .NET Framework version to the .NET Core versions. There's still a lot of stuff that isn't quite right, isn't the way that I would do it today, that we're gonna update, but there is a lot of stuff that is done, just done. Last week I spent some time after our stream on last week, 2 Fridays ago, I think, I spent some time on Monday and Tuesday cleaning up all of the warnings for nullability stuff. There are still a few warnings in here that I'm not exactly sure how to resolve. And then stuff that I need to review, like, is this fluent? Oh, these are kind of odd, because this is a, wait, why are you read only? This is an element ref, essentially, and it's an element ref for fluent validation to keep the validator context. And I'm using it here to validate my object, but I'm not using it in the UI anywhere. So I need to investigate whether I was trying to or what's going on. Like, why do I have Fluent Validator in here when I don't even see an edit form? Or even Fluent Validation summary or anything like that. Yeah, so I don't know what that is. A couple more are on these that should be auto properties, but I'm doing things like when this value changes, then do the callback to make two-way binding work. And I think the way that I'm supposed to approach these is that instead of, oh man, and you can see me using quotation marks everywhere. I rarely use quotation marks in my parameter settings anymore, unless it is an actual string value that I'm setting. But like if I wanted to do the actual two-way binding, then I would do @bind show and then @bind show after. And this would be the place that I do the show changed. So if I did private task on show changed, which doesn't accept anything. If it's an event callback, I rarely use question marks. 1 line 2025. That's not what I said, did I? I use question marks all the time. I rarely use bangs unless it's to not a condition, but I don't use the null forgiveness operator very often on after show. I said quotation marks. You said quotation marks. I rarely use quotation marks. Said 1 line 2025. I need to learn how to read Duca. Vertical slice. Looking like this. You're looking like this. Okay, so on after show. On show changed. I rarely read. True. 1 line, 1924. Okay, so task on show changed will return show changed invoke async value. So this is how I would handle it now. Not value, sorry, show. And I would make this a full prop or an auto prop. Why are you angry though? Inaccessible due to. Aha! Aha! What I meant was protected. So essentially, this would be get set. There'd be no more this. And this is how I would rig up the two-way binding, is make sure that anytime that show is going to change, then I upload it, or I update the bound, the two-way bound show variable property parameter. So that needs to happen to all of them. Bind show. I rarely use indents. Bind show change. Thank you, Copilot. I wasn't ready for that, but you know what I wanted. Working status dialog at bind show. And do you guys actually no? Okay. And why are you putting quotation marks? Okay. Anyway, so I updated that one. I didn't mean to, but we did. The other thing that surprised me though was how many of the stored procedures I had already started converting over to C# methods. Field data service would be a good one to look at. So this used to be, oh, come on. I know I have comments in here for what it used to be. ERN service. This one would definitely have, like, I mean, look at this file, 4,000 lines. And that's because of just how many stored procedures there are in the database. So this is the stored procedure CSP final lab lot. And I actually did turn it 4,000 lions. Run. I actually did change it from, and you can also see that I applied a lot of the recommended changes to using collection initializers and syntax, for example. I set up, did I set up Serilog in this one? Or was that only the bot? I set up Serilog in one of them, and I love the way it's set up now. Right now, my apps are a bit chatty. Yeah, I think we're going to look at the bot because I do want to set Serilog up in all of my applications now going forward in this way. Like, it's set up in some of them already. It's just not logging appropriately. A bit chatty. Shout out to Big Gamey. He hasn't been able to stream lately. Send him lots of love, lots of encouragement, lots of healing energy. I don't know what's going on. Many people do, probably, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if a lot of people know what's going on with him, but definitely just send him lots of love. There is nothing wrong with sending love. It's not imposing on free will. Just send it without expecting anything back or expecting him to receive it. Okay, I want to look at bot. Hello, bot. You are not bot. Who bot? Man, I loved the, I think it was Swedish, the Swedish version of human. Humans? Being human? Kind of sucks because there are too many shows that have a name similar to that. But the one about androids, essentially, that start developing consciousness, I'll call it. I liked it a lot. Wait, what? Coffee at 2030? Yes. Yes. Yes, Roiku. Someone tell Roiku on Clay's channel. Coffee at 2030 makes absolute sense. At half 20. Vitelli's microwave. They were talking about on Clay's, speaking of Clay, they were talking about on Clay's channel, if anyone microwaves their coffee. And it's like the only time that I would have ever even considered microwaving my coffee was if it got cold. But even then, like, my coffee doesn't get cold. But if it does, I'm looking for the bot. Where are you, bot? Okay. Here is our bot, and here is our configuration for Serilog in the bot. Program CS. So the one that I didn't understand was this. So I was looking up information on using Serilog, but I could not understand this Serilog request logging thing. I think it has to do with every time we get an API call or some kind of server-side request that it logs it, but I couldn't get it to work. And it was kind of important to me because I wanted to see when, yay, congratulations, TBD. I wanted to see when the request to ask the TextGen OpenAPI AI was being made, but it never logged for me. But anyway, where is our server services? All the way down here. Right, that's what it was. Okay, so the way that I used to configure Serilog, and I found this on probably Stack Overflow, and if I did, I didn't write a comment, which means it couldn't have been Stack Overflow. It has to be from the actual official docs, right? I used to configure the entire Serilog settings here with the event sync, with console, and all of that. Did you know that you can just create a configuration file or entry that does your Serilog configuration? So this here, you can configure Serilog using appsettings.json, which means on the server, if I wanted to, I could turn my log level to debug while I am testing things out. And then when I get it fixed on the server, I can change it back to warning because I don't want to see anything else other than warnings on the server, warnings and above. And you can explicitly set certain, what are these called? These aren't event sources, are they? These might be event sources. Certain event sources to have their own explicit log level. Oh yeah, this is the thing, by the way. If you do use nodocs, you will notice that if you use the rollup or whatever this thing was called, we found it in settings not too long ago, those values will not remain hidden. This is just app settings, so I'm not worried about it. This gets pushed to the repo, so you can read the contents of it if you wanted to. But those get unhidden. And Thindle is now aware of it. He's busy. He's a busy guy. He's got a lot of stuff to do. When would you consider storing your app's logs? When would I? Or where? Because what I do is when? Okay, so I think I can answer this. I hope that I don't answer it in a way that you weren't intending. But any server-side method that fails for an unknown reason is one place that I would absolutely log. So if there are exceptions that occur that I'm not expecting to occur, then I would log 100% of the time for those. For the exceptions that I expect to occur, only when I can provide meaningful information to myself on the reason for that failure that shouldn't fail, which is kind of like saying that I'm not expecting an exception. That's a hard one. I don't know about that one. Where are all of my server-side functions for my bot? It's harder for me to point it out in the bot because I'm logging everywhere in the bot. I'm doing a lot of logger.debug statements and logger.information even. Like when I receive a chat, logger.information or log information. Here's a whole bunch of logger.logdebug. Here would be an example that's not even getting called, right, because we aren't using Upsert Viewer. That's not even getting called, where maybe what's happening is we are getting a database connection error, potentially, when we're trying to do this. And that is an exception that I am expecting to receive, but not. I'm wanting to be able to handle those situations, but I want to log that that situation did happen. Because it could just be the case that my SQL Server service has stopped, or there is a key conflict of some sort, or a unique index conflict. So I want to know when those happen because they shouldn't happen. Yeah. What else? What else? I haven't seen Solo streaming in a while. He's probably busy with a lot of work too. Okay, I was trying to get the Serilog configuration. So I am going to keep this same configuration for the rest of my RTRAC apps, all of my RMA apps. Where do I work? What kind of job do we do? Okay, so that's my Serilog configuration. I don't need to overwrite this in secrets or anything because in debug, I'm good with these. They are set to information for just about everything, and warning for just about everything else. Which makes my actual log look kind of weird because you're used to, oh, no. I know what I did. I was going to say, potentially you're used to seeing your console pop up, and your console usually is a little bit chatty with the information about the app starting. Just start this one. Come on, son. I already built you. What do you need to rebuild? Danke. Interesting. Okay, so this stuff here, if you're in debug, you're probably used to, why did you open in that browser? Seeing this in your console. A little bit chatty, that's an understatement. As well as SQL queries that are performed, as well as web requests and stuff. That might show up often, you're used to that. But when you use the Serilog library, then that format gets changed quite a bit, and you see a lot different things. Like even this stuff gets hidden unless you configure it correctly. So what I did in the bot, because I am used to being able to read these logs as things happen, it sounds like an Apple logging library. Oh yeah. Speaking of, I have no idea how much I've been triggering the iPad. Sorry. I'll say the other log from now on. You like its format, cool. But what I still do is in debug, I use the regular logger, and when I deploy, I tell it to use other log. And the way that I do that is in program or in my extensions on shared server. Wow. Could have sweared And in fact, I did earlier because I was reading TBD's message and he made me say bad things. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I thought that I put this behind a hash if not debug. And that's why I get it. That's why I wasn't seeing anything in my console earlier. Hash if not debug. I wonder if maybe I did some more work on Lev and I didn't bring it over. Excuse me. I like that serial log can be all the things, just adding syncs. Yeah, absolutely. I've yet to figure out how it all hooks into OpenTelemetry. I see. Wait a minute. Hey. Syntax highlighting, catch up. Thank you. Okay, so if not debug, then we'll use serialog. I want that in RTRAC, but essentially you saw the things that I'm about to copy and paste over, so I'm going to go ahead and move the bot onto another screen so I don't have to see it. In program.cs, we're going to use this extension method that I have not righted yet, just before app.build. Then in server services, what's going on? Why are you there twice? State management, fluent validation, auto mapper, which TBD was talking about earlier. They did make improvements to auto mapper, but as Thindle pointed out, or maybe it was you, TBD, they're going to a paid model. I think it was TBD that was pointing it out yesterday morning, and then Thindle talked about it as well yesterday. I think everyone's talking about it. I was encouraged to use it, and so I was using it. It wasn't necessarily a choice I would have made, because I do like TBD's, one of TBD's comments was he doesn't really see the point of using it for not super large applications, or even in large applications, but where you're really only doing the mappings once or twice in a couple of different places. But even then, maybe an extension method is better because you control it, you can debug easier, all of that stuff, all of the the good things about it. But a lot of my applications have reporting functionality where I am taking a lot of different types of objects, a lot of different classes, and turning them into a standardized class structure. So it kind of made sense there, like a report object. It kind of made sense there, but at the same time, there are a lot of places where I would have probably benefited from just doing an extension method, or directly in the one method that uses that conversion once from entity to DTO or whatever. I can do my own mapping, says Dukesoft. Automapper and mediator, I think that's how you said it, don't really bother me, but mass transit I use in Liquid Sky. I mean, what's LS? Excuse me, hiccups. Ooh. Okay, we're going to create this method in the same place that our shared server services is, because it will only ever be done on the server. And I'm just going to copy pasta from the bot, like I showed you earlier. Yeah. Okay. And there we are. Do I even have serialog installed? Of course not. Yes. 4.2 though? That's weird though. It did say that I had it installed, just not in this project. Maybe it was installed in shared server, which means that it should have been transitive. Right, and then we need the extensions. Configuration, serilog.configuration, I'm sure. Oh, this is shared server. What am I thinking? This one. Okay, so yeah, serilog.aspnet core is at version 9. I think they might be keeping it in parity with the .NET releases. Manage NuGet packages. TBD says, I'm doing my Duolingo. The phrases they use to learn Japanese amuse me. I don't think I've heard anybody say, I eat toast and salad. TBD, I eat toast and salad. I toast some white bread, put butter on it, sprinkle some garlic powder on it, and put the Caesar salad with the dressing on top of the toast, flatten it, or, fold it in half, and eat it, just like that. If you've never done it, I recommend it. It's like eating a lettuce sandwich, but with Caesar salad inside of it. It's really tasty. There, now you have a reason to learn it. Wait, what? Why did it tell me that I'm using serilog.4.2 when I'm using serilog 9? What am I, blind? I sure feel blind. Fair enough. I retract previous statement. I want to eat salad sandwiches. I really do recommend it though. It's really tasty. You just toast to toast, put some butter on it, spread some garlic sprinkle on it, and Caesar salad right on top. It's so good. So good. I wonder if using Serilog version 9 is still compatible with .NET 8 though. It is. It is compatible with .NET 8. Okay. It's weird though, because they also have a serilog.app settings. So serilog.settings.configuration says Microsoft Extensions configuration app settings, support for Serilog, versus serilog.settings.app settings XML configuration, system.configuration app settings, support for Serilog. Is there an app settings that is XML? Like what's it called? Web host? Or, oh man, what is it called? The one that we used to use for MVC applications. Anyway. Caesar can do his own salad! Exclamation point. But it's super duper tasty. And TBD, when you do learn more Japanese, feel free to speak some on stream so that I can practice too. I mean, it's been a really long time since I have done any amount of learning Nihongo. Which service extensions am I in? No wonder. No wonder. I'm in the wrong library. Nihongo少し話せます. I like confidence, but I keep on trying to learn. I stopped trying to learn. And look, I have a configure Siri log, and this is what it used to look like. Why didn't I see this before? So I used to configure it using whatever this is called, Fluent configuration. But now, meow, I'm using app settings. And we don't get the error of this code might not be reachable in all platforms. So that's fine. I'm not trying to deploy it to all platforms. That says, I don't know what it says. I used to be able to read a little bit of hiragana and katakana. The first character is Is that seafood salad? There was a YouTube short. It's she. Shiza sarada. Seafoods. Oh, Caesar salad. Okay. Shiza sarada. It's a gaidaigo. I saw salad. Yeah, I haven't even tried learning in a long time. And I definitely wouldn't be able to read katakana. But that all looks like hiragana. Seafood is shifu. Seafood. Again, if you are using gaidaigo, I'm sure they have a traditional word for it, but there are so many words. It's like, did they ever have an original word? Like ice cream. Boru. Okay, anyway, we've configured Serilog to work when we deploy it to the server. Goodness. Let's do a mini commit. I've made a lot of changes. I don't remember making that many changes. Definitely remember the dialogue making the show and show changed work correctly. View TSP archive. What did I do there? Fluent validation changed from read only. Fluent validator. We did the service. This is the package reference that we no longer need because we don't need Serilog on the client side or anywhere else. Server extensions on the server side for adding AutoMapper, not AutoMapper. Oh, you aren't a change anymore, right? Stagey. Wait, what are you saying changed? Nothing changed. Whatever, it doesn't matter. It's not gonna hurt anything. Blazor server, shared server, now has the new configuration for AutoMapper, as well as the extension AutoMapper package for configuration. And what did I change in app? Because I was talking when I did this. Doing things idly is dangerous. Okay, so I think we're good. Refactor dialog components and add Serilog logging. Sure. Let's go with it. Do a local commit for now. Seafood. I barely knew her. And ban self. No, you're good, Divisoft. You do not need to ban yourself. Ever. Except for that one time. Could have probably banned yourself then. Okay. Serilog. Done. I need to come up with a structured approach for how we're going to do this. this one time at band camp. First, let's see what the application currently looks like. And then we should probably come up with a checklist maybe of things to do, so that I'm not just running around like a head with this chicken cut off. All right, so we have a login form. This is the login UI from that authentication authorization library, authzn library. It works. And at some point in time, we did get our UI. Not even gonna read it. We did get our UI back, but it kind of looks like we are either not referencing our UI or we are missing, or we haven't misconfigured. So let's just see if it's even part of our content. RTRAC across the universe. It is. Okay. So my guess is I kind of remember seeing in app.razor that I had this commented out, which probably meant that I wanted to start over from scratch as far as our styling. But for now, I want to... No, it's not. It's right here. Content, RTRAC, Blazor, Pages, CSS, App. And it looks like it's only using it's only using Bootstrap. Why are you also including our Sass? So I think this is the Sass library for Bootstrap. I didn't see a call to app.css in our... Yeah, I did. It's right here. Dude. Where are our styles then? Could it be our isolated CSS? A moment, please. Where my mouse is at. Sits here and picks his nose just for you in big head mode. Rain time. Aw, a tunnel. Whoa, a dark tunnel. Okay, I think all this thing was doing was having me set up multi-factor authentication. I know, give me a second, goodness. What is this? Why is this on my screen? Get off my screen. I have a badge that is not going away on Teams. Log entry 124355354. A second was given. What is going on? You know those situations where you just kind of have paranoia already? It feels like someone is trying to access things from my accounts. But it was just a random thing. Anyway, shout out to Sedlix. Sedlix just went live, I think. I think that was one of the notifications I just saw. Sedlix is a talented and laid back game developer, app developer, all around interesting machine thing. He has a really cool interactive bot on his stream that uses, I think, ChatGPT. He's all right. Desktop. Okay, we're gonna find out where these styles are. It kind of feels like I am suddenly not loading my isolated CSS, but here we are. We see some indications that isolated CSS is loading. Did I strip out my styling for these? Because I do remember saying that I want to get this styled correctly at some point in time. Yeah, and here's the weird thing. I am not seeing any SAS files in www.root. Yeah, I'm not seeing any SAS files in www.root, but for whatever reason, according to this, we are loading a SAS folder in my underscore content. And a lot of these are coming from Bootstrap. So I don't know if that's just normal or what, but these are definitely not RTRAC SAS files. Especially since my folder is called SASS. And I don't have a SAS folder in www.root under pages. Like, the assumption is that it's coming from bootstrap.min, but I don't even see an @import. Open Iconic would be the other one. it kind of looks like not. Interesting. Okay, so then it could also come from any number of these imports from mine, whether it's material icon, remix icons, box icons, Google Fonts. All of these are from RTRAC Blazor. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where it's coming from. That said, do I have an isolated CSS file on main layout? I do. Not only that, but I have styles that would put my top bar, display flex. So I think top bar is this, is the one that has the title and the brand and all that stuff. Then, so we don't need to worry about this. That looks like it's styled correctly. Then we have the styling for the nav menu, which, why aren't you sassy? Why are you being weird? It's like I copy and pasted the rendered CSS. Like it used to be sassy, and then I rendered it, and then it flattened out. And I'm doing this one at a time because I want to capture only the ones that are using nav menu as a parent, and not these here where it's using nav menu as the and this class on it, so that I can delete them all. Okay. So then all of these nav menu dots will become ampersand dot. Okay, what else can we do with this? Let's make it better. Let's make it gooder. So nav items. And then I need to find out if the dark mode toggle somewhere else. Ampersand. You. Ah, okay. This one's gonna be fun. Funderto. Profundum. Okay, so I think what I'm jumping into is trying to get my CSS to show up. You saw it in the oh. You were just telling me, here's an @ import that you can see. I'm not seeing any. Here's one. Thanks, Dugasoft. You're so helpful. I wish I could be as helpful as you. These are all rules for active, hover, and for whatever reason, disabled is its own thing. Okay, so you are and active, and I think that should cover all of the scenarios that we had in that rule. And you are and hover, which will cover all of the rules as well. Dark mode toggler. So I'm just turning this into Sass syntax again. I don't know what happened to it and why it isn't. Interesting. Oh, this is confusing to me. Why did I do it this? Like, what did I even do to get my CSS, my SAS, to look like this? Okay, so you're both slider buttons. You belong with the label. You belong up here. And you, dear friend, belong to the night. Okay. Oh man, so many of these. Why? Get rid of our and collapsed. And we get link icon, link text, and deep link text. I like one thing that I used to do a lot of is shotgun these things. Like, I didn't fully check to see if any of the items that I'm trying to target from this level is actually in a subcomponent or not. So if I actually do have links that are in the nav menu that are not, for example, a nav link component, or this label text, for example, not being in a subcomponent, then I really would have no need to do : deep for these. So I'm very confused what it was that I was thinking. I think I missed one. Yeah, very odd. Okay, but we should be good to go with updating our nav menu. Disfortunately, we're still not getting any younger, any styles. And that could just be that hot reload is being lukewarm, or is not even turned on. It is. CSS sync also turned on. Okay, that looks like it launched successfully and is reloading. It loaded. We still have these styles. I mean, you guys remember, it was like, I don't know, 2 weeks ago when I was back to RTRAC and we launched it and we saw a purple background. Hot try again. Exactly. Dooka dooka dooka. Is this correct? _content / rtrackblazor.pages is the name of not only the project, but also the assembly name by default. It doesn't need to be explicitly put anywhere. And that is /css /app.css. And it really does look like it's importing correctly. The thing that might not be working is our isolated CSS, but, and this is a big one, but we do see it here. This is the isolated CSS for the file picker. And only for the file picker. I'm not seeing the isolated CSS file, but then again, it might be here. In this file here. Duplicate. Let's go here. And it's there. So this has our shared account layout. Oh, but this is from Armit's Blazer Off. My bad. I chose the wrong one. I meant this one. Oh. Is it a content management? No, it worked. It worked. So we saw file picker. Yes. Drop down for input components. Where's main layout? Multi-select. Yes. Select list. So these are all of my custom inputs. Menu. Menu. Not menu. Menu. Field data. Dude, are any of you guys main layout? Yes. So we allegedly do have main layout with nav menu. And we should get a background color of -- sidebar primary theme. So when we look at this, and we look at nav menu, which is this, we have, yes, we do. But what's up with the styling? Though. Shout out to Sorcery Story and Temptic 404. Both of them are fun, fantastic game developers. Sorcery Story has been going for about 10 hours. I don't know. She's been going for a long time. She's a fantastic streamer, though. Very laid back, very awesome, very cool to hang out with. She's making this 3D tactics style game, not 3D, 2D tactics style game that is very interesting, very fun. But yes, as her channel says, good vibes, chill game dev, and it's very much true. So check her out. Great times over on her stream. Temptic 404 is an otter. The end. No, Godot game developer. Often co-streams with Canny Dev, and they just have good times. And he is also currently streaming. For being an otter, though, he sure does have a lot of squirrel moments. Oops. And then there's also Tomatsalat, who we recently raided. I'm going to lurk on. Yeah, and that one's a whole lot of crazy energy. Absolutely. Yeah, I often can't have his stream on because it's got a lot of non-dev related content. And like today specifically, he is doing birthday party. So congratulations on another turn around the world. Okay, all right. I am lurking on all of the people that I'm gonna lurk on multi-stream. So where are my styles are here. Where did my styles go for actually positioning my... Oh, okay, so my color styles are there. Where are my styles for positioning app? That's what it was. Didn't we already fix this? All we needed to do was set app to... We're up to date. Set app in our styles to something. Hey, main layout. There was only one small change that needed to happen. Can't remember what it was. Oh, that's what it was. It's not ID app. It is the app element. And boom. Okay. I remembered. But I could have sworn we already applied that. And the reason it looked weird was because it defaulted to light mode. I'm not used to seeing it in light mode. I didn't remember that these were the colors that I chose for my basic application light mode styles, but you will see that there. You'll see it in chain of custody. That is my basic light mode style colors. Yeah, okay, so it matches. It makes sense. We ran through all of the menu items, and well, we didn't run through all of them. We ran through some of the menu items. And what is this? Oh, it's because I don't have Photoshop installed on this computer. What is this? Something went wrong. I don't know if I need that picture. This is why I drag and drop from an open file. So this screen here, this is the screen that I want to replace with, I'm finally getting to this, with the data import utility, and have this file upload box be able to know that when the user is dragging in a TRN file, a text file that has fixed width format, even though it'd be really hard to know that it's the properly formatted fixed width, but the existing labs would continue using this thing as they have always done, which is they pick their TRN file and it reads it correctly. It might still like display after reading it, but we also want to add the ability to drag in an Excel file or a CSV file, which is now just going to not work because the entire app crashed by dragging in an Excel file. Does that happen in production or test, I guess? What do you do if I try to upload? Crash. Yeah, it literally crashes without any good error handling. Literally. And I meant that literally too. Okay, so where's my notepad? Why am I not starting my checklist? Chiclets. Did any of you used to eat chiclets, or do any of you still eat chiclets? Again, you do not need to respond. If you are busy, if you're doing other things, you don't have to respond at all. Load TRN data. Shout out to Kenny Dev. Kenny is a canny. There is no describing what canny is other than saying that canny is a canny. I have learned this now. I get it. Canny is a uniqueness that is canny and nothing other than a canny. But Canny is also game dev, also works on a bot, very talented, very smart person. I love our community. We are chock full of super smart people that are really enjoyable to hang out with and friendly and like if you have questions, they are usually quite willing to respond to your questions. And I just love our community. I love our community here on Twitch. But yeah, check out Candy whenever you can, whenever you see him go live. Yeah, and there is a Canny and a Temptic. What are these called? Emoji side by side. So load TRN data, add data import utility, functionality, keep existing TRN import capability. So this is going to be really interesting to do because we already have our file picker. But if you recall, I indicated that we have a standardized way of presenting file import with our data import utility. So this is one of those situations where I would want to be able to customize only the file import utility component that is used. So the file picker component that is used, but keep the remaining functionality of once we pick a file, we read that file and then present the contents in the already existing provided by the library dataset component, dataset viewer component. That way we can still have our TRN file here. The other thing is that, let's say, and this is highly unlikely, so maybe I shouldn't be considering this, but let's say that the user is choosing multiple files. This does say click to choose files. And as you saw in, I don't know why I keep closing RTRAC. As you saw in the RTRAC, existing RTRAC application, they can choose up to 4 files to upload at a time. Obviously that doesn't make sense to me, but like, why would you limit it to 4 and why would you do it this way? And maybe it was a limitation of JSP. I don't know. But dragging multiple files in, we have access to all of the files that they choose. So let's say that a user, which we are going to assume we're going to not have malicious users. Yes, it looks earlier than early 2000s. So thank you for pointing it out. e.58, yet another amazing streamer in our scientific and knowledge-based community. That's what I'm going to call you. I hope that's okay. Dukasoft? Dukasoft? No, no Dukasoft. What are you doing? Was that an accident? How do we turn it off? Dukasoft. That's very distracting. It's very confusing. I don't know what to do. Are you trying to give me a panic attack? I mean, it happens. It happens. Yeah, the shield button. Well, I don't know. I have it configured. Irish Town Games talked about the shield button, Siri bot, and all that stuff. And when he was talking about it, I'm like, hey, that's a great idea. So I did all of the configurations for it. So pushing the button should have been beneficial, or should be easily should be beneficial if we ever do get a bot storm or whatever they're called. But hi, so each of the 2i is saying, yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So knowledge-based community. He does a lot of teaching on his stream. Did we actually do a shout out for you? e.58. Yeah, I got it. So yeah, just check out his content. Great times, amazing times. I clicked the chat text window, but somehow the shield pixel was overlapping. Yeah, so that happens when I use Zoom, like the control scroll up zoom in a browser window. If I zoom in too far on multi-stream, for example, the chat box says that since the window is obscured, you can't use the chat box. Like, but it's my main focused window. What do you mean it's obscured? So I can't chat if I'm zoomed in to try to look at what people are saying when I'm sitting 6, 7, 8 feet away from the screen. Anyway, it is completely okay. I just had a mini panic attack, that's all. But I'm good now. So the file picker, what if someone decides to choose, someone that actually has different file types, chooses Excel, CSV, and that standard text file that the application was already expecting? What do we do in that case? Is the app going to be smart enough to use the TRN import process if the file is a TRN import file? Use the Excel import process if the file is an Excel file. Use, you know what I'm trying to get at. And then we also will need to decide if the user does pick multiple files, when do we display the contents of the files and how? Multiple file upload support ? How to display not preview file contents for multiple red files. So right now, the way that we're doing it in the lab import utility is the user picks one file, and that one file is read into, like I said, a data set with at least one data table. Actually, it can have 0 data tables if there were no content files or sheets. But we display the contents of the file that was read in immediately as a data table. If we have multiple files, how exactly do we do this part of it? And also, how exactly do we do the configuration, the field mapper? When each file might have its own configuration. Or its own format is what I mean. Yeah, turning shield mode off is like running a marathon. I couldn't see it anywhere. Like there's this, you can click on this big red circle for the shield and it takes you to the shield page, but there is nothing that's like turn off. Like, what? So then you're panicking, trying to read stuff. And it's like, how do I do anything? How do I life? That one's empty. Next, please. Oh man. Commissary flashbacks. Next, please. Okay. So that is our, I guess I should call this regular data. Load TRN data. And is that actually what it's called in the menu item? Jeepers. And then regular data, field data. What is field data? Data? What's field data? No. Field data. Load data. Like, here's what we get in our help file. We get load data, record check, chain of custody, and in the app we have load data, field data, record check, chain of custody, submit TRN. There's a toggle button on the page that pops out, but it's quite small. Helpful, guys. Helpful. And if you couldn't tell, this documentation hasn't been updated since I converted it over from the JSP application. So yeah, there is no field data. So I have no idea what field data is supposed to be for this application. Way back in 1894. Exactly. Were you there too? Okay, so this says January of 2005. That's how long this document has been in existence. That's how long this application has looked this way. Even though I made those minor improvements that I keep talking about for the menu actually staying open, I feel pretty young still, especially since I'm not the one that wrote this application, the original application. I only inherited this 7 years ago, 8 years ago now. No, 7 years. 8 years ago. Huh. Wow. I started working at the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge in 2017. It doesn't feel like it's been that long, but it has. Okay, so I have no idea what field data is. I'll have to look at the logic. So that's on my to-do list then. Find out what field data is and if it is used. I moved to Norway in 2017. Huh, so we moved around the same time. And have you been living there since? Yeah, so we were probably traveling and moving our crap to, or I don't know if your stuff is crap, moving our stuff to new locations around the same time. We were probably even on the road at the same time. I bet you. I bet you. I only collect crap. Okay, so I didn't offend you. I moved to Denmark in 1984. That is not before I was born. Okay. What else are we trying to do? We are trying to write notes on what other items I need to address as we are doing this migration so that I can feel a little bit more organized. Record check. There were some issues with loading TRNs and picking our lab. This is not the right version. Aha. Aha. What are the chances that this branch that I have been trying to do these changes in is not current? Mhm. So the thing I was expecting to see on this screen was the picker for the active lab. How is that even possible? I did a get. I did a pull. Okay, so committing and pushing. We're going to do another pull. This branch does not have any differences between my local branch and what is on remote. But if I go to main and I do a pull, that is also current. No. I guess the easiest place to go would be in the UI. Yeah, and look at this, Blazor server and Blazor WebAssembly. There is no way that this is more current than the branch that I was just now working in. What's going on? And there are only 2 branches in remote. Thank you so much for the follow. So I do have names turned off for followers in case you want to remain anonymous, but I really do appreciate you and I see you. I've lived in the US since 2007 and been American for 13 years of that. Oh, and Snubble said, and now I have my Norwegian citizenship. I forgot to read that part. Lived in motherland before that. Where is your motherland? I mean, isn't your nationality actually Danish though? My motherland is all over the place. I would say Puerto Rico. Maybe. It's just, I haven't been there very often. And when I have, it's only been for like 2 weeks at a time at most. Yeah, this is very confusing. Let me check Lev. Unless what happened was I had local changes, which Lev would have, but I had local changes only. And when I did the whole reformatting of my computers, I did not restore it correctly, which is highly plausible. I hope it's not the case, but plausible. Yeah, this stuff looks newer. Do you have uncommitted changes? No, you don't. What? Wait. All right, so I'm on Lev and I'm trying to log in. Maybe it's in Angie's repository. And the one that I restored onto this computer was Thyrovius's. Yeah, okay. So this one is definitely at the state that we started at today. Time to go to Angie. Hey, Angie. Speaking of, oh my goodness, I really, really want to read my redone. So, that's so hard to talk about. Man, I'll leave that for later. I told you that I got the itch to do some more story writing stuff, and I did, and I have a rewritten first and second chapter, and I think they're spot on. They are exactly what I want to be the book opener. I'm gonna I'm considering posting the story to Discord as the chapters get written. I kind of want to put them on Discord. But man, it was oh, they just clicked. Everything just kind of clicked into place. It's still not finalized, but at least you'll see alpha reader level story content. Anyway, Angie is who I said. Over to you, Angie Diari. So I have no idea how to pronounce his name. Angie Dahi. Not only that, but dark elven names are really, really hard to pronounce because there's like this subtle hint of a shadow in the name of it, and you have to be able to invoke the name as you say. Oh. Do you have a dev drive? Wow, I don't even have the repo cloned on his machine. So that's not the case. What if, can I open the repo from, this is going to be slow, I think, from the external hard drive. Maybe I can copy it over first, but where to put it? Angie E drive. Repos? Angie repos? RMA Git RTRAC. Okay, so this would be the one that I streamed most recently, maybe, unless we were on Thyrobius. But again, I reformatted Thyrobius. So it could be Thyrobius's drive. I don't know. folder hold. How long are you going to take? Maybe only 3 minutes. Okay, so we'll keep working while that is copying over. I'm making a list and checking it 13 times for what items we need to get. Oh, crap. Get updated as we go along. So I'm rerunning the application, I think. Control F5. Anyone? Anyone? Or not? No, we're good. Break. Is the solution itself not actually open? Okay. Why is it acting like I don't have a startup app selected? Don't worry, I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm here to motivate you by showing you how incompetent professional developers can be. And if you are any smarter than me, which is easy, then you can be a successful developer. All right. Loading. I want to put you back here. Why are you doing so many database queries though? Doesn't make sense. Okay. We were in record check. And the thing that I was expecting to see that didn't show up was the picker for active lab. Not only that, oh, okay, so that's what's going on. Not only that, but we have some database issues. And it's telling me that it couldn't get the list of allowed labs for my username. What are the chances? Comparison type could not be translated from string dot equals to string comparison. Okay, this is most likely. So yeah, the reason we don't see the dropdown is because it wasn't able to get the list of labs for my name. But when I was going through and clearing up all of the warnings and the nullability warnings and stuff, I was also applying the recommended changes, updates, refactors, whatever you want to call them, as I was moving along. So one of those, for example, would be this TRN service, that really, really large file that I showed earlier. And there were a lot of suggestions to change my string A equals string B to string A dot equals string B, string comparison, culture ignore case. This seems to be causing an issue translating to entity framework, then SQL query. So this string dot equals here is everything that looks like this, pretty much, in a link to entities query, which I can't do, which is really annoying. Because what this would have looked like before is to upper culture info dot current culture equals and then capital F, for example. And of course, you know, you could use something like culture info dot invariant culture. And that way you can get a predictable set of responses. But because all of my apps are running on the same server hosted here in America, and yeah, it's going to be predictable. So I need to go through and change all of my string dot equals, or I need to find an EF utility that works like string dot equals in link to entities, database queries. Change back to equals equals, or find EF. Like, I'm just going to take a quick glance. And if any of you are aware of one, then I would be happy to know about it. EF dot. So EF dot equals. Oh, but this is the actual dot equals from object. Functions is what I'm looking for anyway. Contains. Ooh. Did you know there was a contains? Is date, is numeric. I mean, look at these things that would be super duper helpful if I remembered that they existed. I'm from parts. Yeah, okay, so I am not really seeing anything that would help us with a dot equals case insensitive comparison. Collate might. Free text. I remember using free text a long time ago, but I don't really use it anymore. No. All right. Thank you so much for being here, TVD. Thank you for all of your streams too. I look forward to catching your next ones. Until the next time, I'll do my best not to get scammed or to get overwhelmed. I'm going to try to calm down. It's just really difficult for my personality type too. And that could just be a story I'm telling myself, but it's definitely what I've, the way that I currently still feel, and I want to honor that and be truthful with myself. Okay, so I need to change back to change the string dot equals back to equals equals in my link to entities, which is also known as a database query. Case insensitive comparisons. And the reason that I've started using specifically case insensitive, like I explicitly write into my queries, at least a lot of them, but not this one, obviously, case insensitivity is because our RMAED database is case sensitive, whereas the majority of our other databases are not. And I am not about to try to change the case sensitivity or the collation or the whatever the other phrases are. Yeah, I can't think of what they're called, but the things that you set up when you first create your database and you tell it that you want it to use SQL Latin, general, this thing. So it is called collation. Using, I forget what all of these letters mean, but I do remember manually picking them when I created some of my databases. Interesting. This shows compatibility level. I wish that I could connect my test database so I can see what the actual compatibility level is. But that's one thing that I need to do as well. I need to update the database server anyway. So that'll get fixed when I do that. But until then, I still need to change all of those. This dot contains is one of the reasons that I need to update the database. In Entity Framework, I don't know what it is, some EF core version on up. They started using JSON array, JSON, whatever it's called, in your .contains. And because the version of SQL Server that I use doesn't support that, I now have to configure this use compatibility level setting, and that was fun to figure out so that it doesn't use JSON, whatever it's called. But that's resolved, so that's fine. But that means that I'm gonna be stuck until I can get that updated. Maybe there are still other places that we can go that won't just crap out on us. And what do you keep? Okay, so that's going to be a to do. Dark mode toggle doesn't seem to be saving state between sessions, even though it does. We looked at this last time, I'm sure, and we saw that in application, local storage, we saw that there is a dark mode value that's getting persisted, but it's not getting applied. Dark mode value gets persisted, but not applied on app start. Okay. And are there like console errors that are giving us an indication of why or anything? No. Nothing like that. Okay, that was record check. COC check is going to have the same issue, I think. Yeah, same issue. We could not query this because string.equals is not a thing. That crashes the app, but can we refresh? Is this even the same session? Oh, yeah. And I mean, it's going to crash as long as we're on this page, special kid. Come on. Submit TRN. Same issue? Same issue. So pretty much everything that has to do with loading or record checking, stuff that is based off of the labs that the current user has access to is going to cause errors. Compare TRN data. Does this still exist? Compare. It's called compare duplicate. I wonder if that's the same. Yeah. Select each file by clicking the browse buttons. So is that kind of what this says? Select each file by clicking the button. And I don't think I'm supposed to be using clicking anymore. I think we're supposed to officially use select, even if it's clicking a button. If Amazon says, are those Windows XP screenshots the previous version or the one you're working on? They are mine. No, they are not mine. These are from the user guide that was written back in, and you say Windows XP, this is probably more like Windows 95 or no, they're probably XP. But yeah, this was written back in January 2005 or last updated in January of 2005 from the previous people that used to maintain this application before I got here. And even then, like they were here all the way up until about 2015 or 2016. Selecting the button, that sounds wrong. Yeah. So like here, you wouldn't click open, you would select open. Select compare files. Select close. We can go back to dark mode, by the way. Okay, so compare TRN needs styling. And this is called, so compare duplicate lots is what it's called in the menu. Field data, record check needs database query updates before we can fully tell, but I remember something about when changing the active lab, the records didn't filter correctly. Same with chain of custody check. Same as record check. So what I'm doing off screen, as I mentioned before, is taking notes on things that we need to do. I'll probably end up making them work items in Azure DevOps before our next stream tomorrow so that we can tackle them one by one. Submit TRN. Same as record check. Okay, compare duplicate lots, needs styling updates. Like obviously all of this needs styling updates. I didn't really do too much other than took the content and slapped it into my regular Blazor template stuff that I've been using for the rest of the applications and turn the menu itself into this kind of, instead of being across the top like it is in the currently deployed version, I put it on the side. And that might not be a great idea because I'm on 1080. And if I went full screen, sorry, not 1080, I'm on 4K. If I went full screen 1080, it works fine. But my assumption is that most people would be like around here, where it's not taking up their entire screen space. And it still works. I think it'll be fine. We'll find out. What's up, Thyrovius? What was that for? Okay, output data, submitted TRN report. Oh man, and I should also put that this is all for intermediate rule. I don't even know what this looks like as other roles. So the other thing that I would want to do in debug, provide a role, a view as role switcher. Because we have different roles in this app. One is called intermediate, which are the people in the lab that actually do the uploading of the results and submit, do the record checks on those results and submit them to our document team. And those are the people that do the finalize role. I think it's called finalize role, where they actually approve that set of records, those samples, to be pushed into our environmental database. So output data, and still loading. We probably had the same crash of not being able to do database queries because we're using string.equals and probably some other things that I updated in the database queries, and I was like, I was very weary of doing them, but I did them anyway. Why did I did them anyway? Because I thought the Entity Framework core had gotten better and we could use things like string.equals. And that's why the IDE was saying, you should replace this with string.equals. And by the way that I was applying the changes, so we should see it in the one that I already changed back here. Wasn't there one that I changed back? That looks exact. Oh, here. So we have the suggestion, and I always look for the gray dots and the green dots in my navigation view. And what I ended up doing, and I didn't know this was a thing until I was trying to update all of these nullability warning messages. If you are hovering over one of the things that gives you a suggestion on how to refactor, you can choose to apply it to this entire document, to the entire project that you're in, to the entire solution, to the namespace. It was crazy. And I was like, what? So I always did to the solution, and it did it everywhere, and that made it go super duper fast. Unfortunately, that means that it also updated my link queries, link to entities, to have some of these. Watch me misclick that. And the other ones that don't work are if you're using link expressions, is that what these are called? If you're using this format for your link queries, and you're doing a left join, for example. Actually, this one isn't a left join. This is just a regular join on multiple fields. You have to, from what I remember, and I haven't rewritten this or anything or tried it the other way, you have to include the property names on your anonymous objects that you're created to join on. The thing I haven't tried doing is creating a struct for each of these. So like the comparison of lab lot sample number, I could turn this into a struct. Let me put this under my database query changes. Maybe try for joins, creating a struct for the join fields. So if I turn this into a struct, how far away are we from the private struct lab lot samp? No comparison. And we gave it, aw. Were you about to give it to me for free? Yes. Okay. And we gave it these, and we initialized a new one of those to a new one of those. Then the join doesn't work. Oh, no, it does. It does. I don't have a red squiggly. I'd be interested to know if this works better. And the reason that I made it a struct, by the way, is so that it can do value comparison, as opposed to if I made it a class, then it would do object comparison and see if they're the same instance of the same class, and they definitely would not be. So instead, we're just making sure that it does, are the property values the same? Is that better than initializing an anonymous object every time that it tries to do this query? It'll be interesting to find out. But for now, I want to or actually, I'm going to copy all of that. E.g. trn service dot get final lab lot trns. Pasta you there. And struct for lab lot comparison is 2. What? Basta. Okay. ¿Qué más? I keep trying to save that document, and I'm not ready to do that yet. So we're probably going to have the same issue here, or we already saw that that's the same issue where because we aren't able to load the labs because of the query, we can't figure out what is left. Email TRN. We can so like this functionality has been broken for a long time because I never added an email sender. But then when I added the ASP.NET Core Identity stuff, I created an email sender email service library, and that email service currently only handles identity related emailing. So change your password, verify your email address, those kinds of things. But I'm sure that that can be used to do any kind of emailing. So we might be able to do this. What it did before is it created a few records in the database, and the database had some kind of job that would constantly run and check, are there any emails to be sent, and then do it through the database. And I have no idea how to do that. Unload TRN, but that is also going to have a similar issue. Oh, and the timeouts on these. I'm actively using the app and it still times out after 20 minutes or whatever it is. Interesting. Oh, what am I doing? We're over here anyway. So email TRN, the assumption is that we have the same issue with the queries. So that's going to be number one. I don't even need to write too much more. It doesn't make sense to keep going through these screens to try to figure out what is left to do in it when I can't even load most of them. So we're going to get started on this thing where we undo a lot of the refactor changes for performing the actual equals comparison stuffs. I want to do some research to see if there is a better way to do case insensitive comparisons in LINQ. So .NET EF Core LINQ case insensitive compare equals, I guess. EF functions collate. Yeah, link to entities doesn't perform the actual comparison. Instead, it translates it to SQL and lets the database worry about it. Depending on which database you're using, SQL might look like this. By default, SQL Server uses case insensitive collation, but like I told you, the RMA-ED was explicitly set to case sensitive for whatever reason. It can be modified on the tables itself, and is probably going to be your easiest way to handle it. Instead, if you'd like to use link to entities to render SQL differently, then you can read this expression trees. You know what, though? I think it would be better if we checked the configuration of the database that this is using. So which context are you? So is the RTRAC database case insensitive? That is a question, dear friend, for the test server. What's my test server? Anyone know? And actually, I'm not going to be able to access it because I have since restarted the router and I forgot to give myself permissions. Give my IP address permissions to access the server anyway. Dang it. Oh, maybe I did. Maybe I did. Okay, RTRAC. Excuse me. What is your collation settings? I rarely use link like that. Yeah. So the only times that I use this style of link are when I'm trying to do an inner join on multiple fields or a left join. But I'm sure there's a way to do it using link expressions that I don't know. Okay, you are CI. CI means case insensitive, right? How do I read this database collation? Using code page 1252 for Latin 1 characters, general purpose collation with Latin 1 character set, case insensitive comparisons. I don't need to two upper anything when I'm doing queries to RTRAC. Let me verify that RMAED is case sensitive real quick. And RMAED is Latin 1 general bin. To upper is database collation case sensitive by default. Did I spell default wrong? Okay, so yes, this is a terrible collation for a database. Why? Why do we have this? Indicates a binary collation which is designed for case sensitive comparisons. Bleh. Bleh. I don't want it. Send it back. Okay, so my answer for fixing these dot equals, as long as they are querying RTRAC, which is going to be hard to determine, because I want to be lazy. I'm going to be lazy, you know? And here's my lazy. I'm going to take this string here, and I am going to turn it into a regular expression check. That regular expression check is going to be, so I know that all of my queries are in the form of x arrows x dot, but it's going to be x arrows x dot whatever dot trim dot equals. Oh, and then these are literal parentheses. Something else, so whatever. I really should be using plus because I'm doing it backwards. Because I know that it's going to be at least one character. Comma, string comparison dot culture, current culture ignore case. So all of these are going to turn into x dot, whatever the first thing we found is, dot trim equals whatever the second thing we found is. we have a repo, so I'm gonna be brave. I'm gonna do entire solution. But the thing is, I only want this when it's a link to entities query. Link to object should be fine because it's easily translatable in C# to C#. So I'm doing it anyway. There are probably less cases. 268 occurrences. Restart. I am not a regex show off. I know 2 tricks. I know grouping with dot star question mark or dot plus question mark. Right. Okay, let's undo those 280 whatevers. Because first, oh gosh, and that's even worse. We don't want to use x dot whatever with the greedy. Is that what this thing is called? X dot non-space character. Non-space character. So I only know a handful of tricks, okay? I I am by no means a regex expert. I want to first find all of the ones that are not x dot whatevers and turn them into not equals. So let's do that one first. Then we can do the ones that are just regular. There we go. 2.5 hours of sleep. I'll take an early one today. Good night, Dukasoft. I really do need to take a nap too. And it's the end of my stream anyway, so thank you so much for being here, Dukasoft. You are amazing. I love having you around. I really, really appreciate everything that you do, everything that you are. Okay, let's try a build for this. I do want to end on completing this effort as far as making sure that we can build and at least access some of those pages that we couldn't get to because they were erroring on the SQL query. But I'm still seeing, oh, that bites. I think we need this to also be non-space characters so that we can get stuff where I didn't use X as my whatever it's called, my variable alias. I don't know. I just made up that name. Don't take it as what it's actually called. I mean, this isn't going to break any of the link. I don't think. Except that I do think that C# comparisons are case sensitive. Dude, how many of these are there? Dude. And why are there errors? Yeah, this is also going to change any of them that were in if statements And seriously though, why is it taking so long? Okay. While that's working on trying to decide whether it's going to find more matches to that, didn't I tell you to 1,826 errors? Okay, just kidding. Especially since this is messing with mapping profiles. We are going to still apply these changes. We're going to test it out, but only to the TRN service file. Because this is where the majority of those queries were coming from anyway. And we'll do if not, then not equals everything in this file, 11 of them, 11. And then regular equals 188. Save that, run it, see if we can get to that record check page, for example. And then we'll call it adhere. Did it run? I think it ran. Okay. Right, this is in UI service though. All of these have been in UI service or user service. So let me just do those two changes here as well. Not first. I could do both of them at the same time. No, it'll be fine. One at a time. Okay, so there were no knots. And equal. Wait, what? Why are you telling me that this is where the error is? Because it's right here. Oh, string dot equals. Right. That's going to be a fun one as well. Okay, but that's okay. There was only one in here. That worked. We're back here. And what do you say? No errors. No errors is good. I'm going to scoot this over here and squash the screen a bit so we can see both. Here we go. Record check. No errors. And we have TRNs. They both are for TT, even though I have defaulted to my primary lab, which is AR. And changing this does nothing. So that was the thing that I was like, I want to make sure that that toggle, and I already wrote it down, but that toggle does update which records we see, which lab we see the records for. If we saw, this is using the same database as this one, so we should have seen a whole bunch of AR records, which is a different lab. But we're only ever seeing TT records. And even then, like, is it just that it's not filtering out any Am I 100% sure that we're connecting to the test database? Yes, I am 100% sure that we're connecting to the test database. Test database. Updated link to entities, query issues. Okay, so I'm going to work on that some more. And then hopefully I will have some things to put into Azure DevOps as tasks to be done throughout our next sessions. And we'll just be able to jump right into it. I shouldn't have any more stories for you unless more interesting things happen. And I will do my best not to complain about it, but at the same time, I'm just being transparent. And it's what's inside of me and it's what's coming out. Because frustration, annoyance, anxiety. I used to be eaten alive by that and make terrible life choices from it. So I'm taking a healthier route now. Or I hope it's healthier. But anyway, that's it for the stream for today. I hope you guys had a wonderful, wonderful time. And thank you so much for joining me here. We are going to raid out. And I'm going to do my time card and probably some more storying. But we're going to raid. See you later, Snubble. Raid Irish John Games. Irish John Games' channel is intended for marked as being intended for mature audiences. So if you aren't into foul language or gratuitous cursing, then probably not the stream for you, but he is a fantastic person. Just because he uses foul language does not mean his character is bad. He is a wonderful person, caring person. He's also going through some stuff though, with like some stuff that's arguably more hard to deal with than the stuff I'm going through. But everything is relative, right? But he's going through some crazy stuff. He's finished with his story and he's already on his main screen, so everything will be fine. Say that you've already seen his promo thing, but check out Rise of Piracy. And yeah, all the things. That's it for now. I'll be back again tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. UTC -6. Okay. Ciao. My music stopped at some point in time, probably a long time ago. Okay. Ciao for now.